Hello, hello. Oh god, I didn't have an actual stream start thing, so I used a free online widget. Hello, everybody. Just sitting here, the Heidelin Crystal. Just vibing. Being very comfy. But yeah, I am planning on doing a full playthrough of the entire MSQ of... Matt? Oh. Balance this under? Yeah, okay. So, I'm gonna need to not read chat for a bit. Or just for a hot second. Basically, I played through a lot of the MSQ about 3 years ago. And, my boy Matt there is a, what's the term? Quint legend? Right? Like, done literally every single ultimate, and he's been, telling me about all of the rest of the game and all of that, but I had to stop playing right around at the start of Stormblood due to just how, the disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was reading was so severe that I was spending like 10 minutes in every single line just going through and yelling about how wrong everything was, right? Like, the story that I was getting was just not even remotely close. I'm gonna have an uphill battle with this. Well, the thing is that's why I'm kind of doing this thing, up front, right? Like, there are some things that I need to address up front, because there's a lot of common arguments that people make, and a lot of common excuses that people make as to why the, why the localization, well, really it's a rewrite. Why the rewrite of this game being the way that it is totally fine. And it's really not. Probably the first thing that I would need to say straight off the bat, especially for people watching the archive, is that I am not somebody who thinks that direct translation is a thing or is good. Right? There is no such thing. Especially for Japanese to English, you cannot do direct translation. And what I mean by that is, the purpose of a localization, the purpose of translation, is to give people who do not speak the same language an equivalent experience. Somebody who plays the game in English and somebody who plays the game in French should be able to talk to each other and have no disagreements about the content of the story, the tone, the way the characters talk, anything like that. It should be seamless, right? That's why you need to localize things, because languages work differently. And so something that sounds good in Japanese and evokes a certain emotional response just won't evoke that response in English, and so you need to make things match. But people use that justification, that true statement that you need to localize things, as an excuse to just kind of do whatever they want. Right? And say, oh, it's a localization, so it doesn't need to be accurate. Oh, it's not going to be the same, it's a localization. That's just not true. Right? If the viewers or the players in one language are having a different experience than the players in a different language, you fucked up. Yeah, that's a thing, Devil. Like, the other languages, French, and specifically French and German, from what I've heard, much more closely follow the Japanese. And, big surprise, the cutscenes and the story of the game, the overarching story of the game, follows the Japanese. It doesn't follow the English. Right? There's so many situations in the game where things that are said in the English come back and get soft retconned. Like, they just kind of scramble to keep up with what the Japanese is actually saying. Right? So, the first thing that everybody always says, the number one thing that everybody says, that everybody points to, and they say, oh, this can't possibly be wrong, because Koji Fox is, was the lead, part of the lead writing team, he built the lore. So Doran, I don't really think so. Are we gonna need to take notes to keep track of disconnects over time? So actually, one of the things that I'm going to be doing is that this series is, 60% just for me, because I couldn't play the game in English without getting just fucking tilted out of my brain, right? So I just want to play through the game without really worrying about the English too much, right? So I'll be pulling up the Japanese I'll be pulling up the English in specific situations where it's like really critical, you know, or to illustrate a point in certain spots. But for the most part, I just want to have this playthrough be a clean playthrough of the game that people can, you know, look through the archive and just see what the story of the game actually is, without us going line by line and seeing just how wrong every single line is. Because, like, literally you pull a random line and you're gonna find something to be really mad about. They're all wrong. And Dak in chat can attest. He's, you know, his Japanese is very good, and he played through the game entirely in Japanese. In fact, I should mod Dak. I'll do that later. He played through the game entirely in Japanese, not in English at all, and completely backs up the experience that, you know, we're all talking about. We were talking to him about, like, you know, what things say in English, and he was just shocked. He had absolutely no idea what, like, Matt or anybody was talking about when we would talk about things that happen in the game in English. It's just that disconnected that somebody who, like Dak, who played the game in Japanese, and Matt, who played the game in English, can't have a conversation about the story because they're that far removed from each other. They just had no idea what each other were even saying. Right? And that's why this is just not a functional localization. So, the first thing, right, I made a big old Twitter thread, but I'm really bad at organizing things in Twitter threads. I don't actually know how Twitter works. I know that there's a way that you can make threads or something like that, but I don't know how to do it. So it turned into a huge jumbled mess. Also, for anybody watching the archive, we'll get into some spoilers for, like, up to the beginning of Stormblood in a bit, but I'll give fair warning and I'll put a timestamp in the archive for if you just want to skip ahead to the start of the actual playthrough and not the justification for why the series should even be done in the first place. Right? So the first thing is, people say that Koji Fox was and is a lead Twitter, or like a lead lore creator, a lore writer, a lore designer, right? And he's just not, right? Like, this interview really does kind of give you everything that you need to know. This was done with Fandom. How did you make the switch from translator to lore creator? How is your day-to-day different? There hasn't actually been any switch. I've been doing both jobs since back before 1.0 was even released. It's just that my help with lore creation wasn't officially recognized until Yoshi P decided to reward, my work in that area in the game by adding my name to the opening credits. That said, my contribution to 14's lore still only constitutes about 10% of my workload, the remainder being mostly allocated to localization duties, as well as assisting the team in various fun and exciting ways such as interpretation, text checks, media relations, fan fests, promotional events, etc. Though a lot of the actual lore creation I do actually comes during the localization process. The main scenario writer, Bonri Oda, will send me rough ideas for place names, monster names, character names, and whatnot. Notice those are all names. I will oftentimes come up with backstories for those while I'm doing my translations and send them back to him for implementation in the game. 2 birds with 1 boulder. So the issue with this is that yes, he has gotten to name some things. But the backstories and stuff that he's talking about that he sends back for implementation in the game, that he then puts into the English version of the game, aren't present in the Japanese version of the game. So he sends over ideas, the Japanese says, "Oh, that's nice, Koji," and then they didn't put it into the game. If he was a lore creator, then the lore that he was putting into the English version of the game would also be present in the Japanese version of the game. It isn't. Right? Almost none of the things that he pops off about, that people attribute to him, that people credit him with, are present in the Japanese version of the game. They are wholly creations of the English. They aren't implemented. If he was an equal lore creator, he would be working alongside them, and these things there wouldn't be a disconnect. The fact that there is a disconnect here means that he is not a writer for the game. right? And this comes back to bite them, because he just kind of does this. He just kind of put things in. And again, to preempt anybody who is saying like, oh, it's not just Koji. I understand that it's not just Koji Fox. There's an entire localization team. I still do think that he, like, deserves the lion's share of the blame for the way that the game is, because he's the one who set the standard. Everybody else on the Final Fantasy XIV English localization team is following in his footsteps. They're following his style guide. They're following, you know, the things that he laid out at the start of the game for how he thinks the game should have been presented in English, right? So, where this comes to bite them. What's your process for handling pivotal moments in 14 lore? Can you give any examples? While we have a pretty extensive internal Bible that covers a lot of stuff that players have never seen, it is by no means complete. While we try our damnedest not to change the Bible, a lot of times we find ourselves in a situation where we need to add to it. The problem with adding things to the Bible is that a single edition can result in critical contradictions with existing lore. I would say at least 3 or 4 times a patch, the localization team, mostly the lead, John Crow, and the script team, mostly Bonryoda and Natsuko Ishikawa, will have intense back and forth regarding how info introduced in a new quest is causing continuity problems with past content. Most of the time, this communication is enough to quash most of the inconsistencies and fill any newly sprung plot holes, though sometimes we just have to take the craziness and run with it. I did not retcon. I did not. He literally can't go like 5 sentences without throwing in a dumbass pop culture reference. Oh my fucking god, it hurts. But again, if this was a thing that was being done with the Japanese team at the same time, there wouldn't be disconnects between the English and the Japanese. They would have figured that out in this process that they're talking about here. But when you combine this statement with the statement that 90% of his lore creation happens during the localization process, what that means is the lore that he is talking about is added after the fact. It is added after the Japanese is finished, like the Japanese version of the game is finished writing. It's not being done at the same time. If it was being done at the same time, and they were working together to make sure that there's no lore inconsistencies, then there wouldn't be lore inconsistencies between the Japanese and the English. They would be the same. Players would be getting a similar experience. At least similar. Right? And, right? Here's the biggest thing. We already know that this isn't how this works. Right? You have the entire thing with Haurchefant. Right, the entire thing with Haurchefant going into Heavensward. So here's where I would say, if people have been, you know, are watching the archive, this is probably right at the point where I would say, like, spoiler warning, right? From this point on, I'm gonna start bringing up examples from the game that are, you know, spoiler territory. And, you know, if you're in the stream right now and you don't want to get spoiled on things, maybe just come back in like 15 minutes or so, right? 15, 20 minutes. I'm gonna try and make it quick. But, again, this is the most persistent myth, that Koji Fox and the English localization team are essentially second primary authors. Right? That the English version is equally canon, that the English version is the exact same level of a primary source as the Japanese. Or even, I've even seen people just go out and say that the English is made first, which is totally wrong. Like, you can't say that that's the case looking at this interview. That's just very clearly not true. Right? And here's the biggest smoking gun. In Heavensward, your character is introduced to Ishgard by Haurchefant, who you get introduced to in A Realm Reborn. He's a ridiculously flamboyant, over-the-top snow elf dude who basically worships the ground that you walk on after you save him from a jam. Right? He becomes your biggest fan, and he hits on the player like crazy, regardless of gender. Right? Dude is flamboyant, sassy, like, bi as fuck. And the English localization team didn't like that. They didn't like the character when they showed up in A Realm Reborn. So they just completely removed the whole thing of him being, like, super flamboyant and hitting on the player character, because they just assumed that he wouldn't be important. Which, again, if they were primary writers, how would they not know that he was going to be important? The only way that they could not know that he was going to be important is if they're not the ones doing the writing. Right? Like, it's simply not possible for the argument that it's, like, that the English version is an equal primary to exist with this apology. Right? So, they had to issue an apology because Haurchefant was so different, so utterly different in the English versus the Japanese that people noticed. People noticed that when they looked at cutscenes in the Japanese version, that Haurchefant was this crazy, over-the-top, wacky dude, and in the English, he's just kind of like, yes, I will help you, yes. And so they were like, hey, what the fuck? Why is this character seems like way more fun, or is like really different? What's going on? Why are we getting like a different version? And so Koji Fox here had to put out an apology. Recently, in a letter from the producer live held in Korea in a Famitsu interview, Yoshi P discussed changes made to the characterization of Haurchefant, an NPC who first appeared in 2.0 and rose to a prominent role in the main scenario. The reason this topic came up is because in the Korean version of Final Fantasy XIV, the two voice cutscenes in patches 2.3 main scenario, which feature Haurchefant, were based on the ENFRDE versions of these cutscenes. Yoshi P goes on to explain that these cutscenes were altered to account for changes made to Haurchefant's characterization by the localization team in 2.0. In the Famitsu interview, he further clarifies that these changes were made due to the localization team concerns that Haurchefant's behavior might be interpreted as problematic. However, these changes to Haurchefant's characterization were made without consulting the relevant parties. Again, without consulting the relevant parties. If they are primary authors, right? If Koji Fox is standing side by side with Banrioda and they are writing the game together, how the fuck would he be able to make something without consulting the relevant parties? He would be the relevant party if that was the case. So this statement on its own completely disproves this concept. And it completely disproves the concept that the Japanese side of the company is fully aware of everything that the English does. Hell, look at any interview with Yoshi P, where Koji Fox will just stand off to the side and casually admit to changing something, and Yoshi P will be completely blindsided. It's happened multiple times now at like FanFest and things, where Koji Fox will just say like, oh haha, I changed that. And then Yoshi B just stares fucking daggers at the guy. Just like, wait, what? What did you change? What? Huh? Like, this has happened multiple times. And he's the lead producer. He's the superhero of the game. Right? Yoshi P is the dude who dragged Final Fantasy XIV out of the fucking mud. It's his baby. And yeah, Koji is regarded as a hero, basically, by the English-speaking community because they're under the impression that he's a primary author, that, you know, he's giving them this wonderful version of the game that captures all of the majesty and elegance of the Japanese writing, and that without him, with a worse translation, that the game would just be so much worse. But really, if you actually know Japanese and you look at the differences, Koji Fox just kind of adds in a bunch of dick jokes, uses a bunch of vocabulary wrong, blunts the emotions of the game, and does shit like this. Right? Like, yeah, when videos illustrating the differences between the JP and the localized cutscenes were posted online, some fans spoke out in protest. After internal discussion, it was decided that efforts would be made by the English, French, and German, I'm assuming, yeah, German, loc teams to bring Haurchefant's characterization gradually closer to that of JP Haurchefant over the course of future updates. Moreover, the development team enacted a new policy that all cutscenes would be fundamentally the same. Right? So, that Matt brings up a good point, where Koji is heavily involved with Masayoshi Soken, and is one of the frontmen for the Primal Spin. The thing is that the Japanese version of the game also does use Koji's English in certain points for names. Right? That's the thing that he said that he was getting credited for. Names. Like, if they need a cool-sounding English name, they would just go over to Koji and be like, hey, can you give us a name for this thing? We want it to be in English, and we want it to look good. And you go, okay, sure, here you go. And that's the end of it in the Japanese version of the game. You just have a name, the rest of it is Japanese. But then Koji, in ARR Heavensward and shit, would then go, oh, they let me name this, so now I'm totally free to just change, I'm just totally free to add in my own headcanon lore to this in the English version without their knowledge. And I don't buy this excuse at all. I don't buy the excuse from Koji here that he changed Haurchefant because he thought that players wouldn't like this. Right? I don't buy that excuse for a second. Like, here, where, let me find, I thought I had this one. Okay. Yes, here's the, I didn't have it in OBS, but here's the justification that he gives. Yada yada yada, he says like, oh, we were spending a lot of time. We decided years ago that during the development of 1.0, that simple literal translations would not be sufficient. This is, again, this is that weasel shit, where it's saying like, oh, we can't do literal translations, which he's right. He's not wrong here. We would have to look beyond the words and carefully consider the intentions of the JP writers. Which, again, if he was one of the primary writers and the primary lore creators with this, he wouldn't need to consider the intentions, he would know them because he would be one of the fucking writers. As well as give thought to how the experience would be received by people with different cultural backgrounds. While this can be an extraordinarily difficult process, it is one which is possible because the Square Enix localization department seeks out translators who demonstrate not only a strong grasp of Japanese language, but sufficient creative writing ability. This is all true, right? This is all true. Everything that he's saying here is not wrong. You do need to have writing chops in order to make a good localization, a good translation of a game like this, but it needs to be accurate, because you need to be trying to actually give people an equivalent experience. But he's saying all of this stuff to then deflect and say, oh, well, no, it's totally fine then that we changed all of this shit. Right? He's sandwiching bullshit in between true things about Japanese to English translation. Yeah. These individuals are expected to work side by side with the development teams here in Tokyo as they transform the JP source into flowing natural text. We'll see examples of what he considers flowing natural text. While taking care to ensure that all players in all regions will have comparable emotional experiences. Again, when we get into more specific examples, we'll see this is not the case. This is clearly just wrong. For that reason, when I was working on the Korthos questline for 2.0, I had a dilemma. Haurchefant is intended to be received as a good and true ally. One, again, natural flowing text, good and true ally. Pick one. That's not how anybody talks in English. But some of his comments directed at the player could, if rendered in English as it was written in Japanese, provoke a strong negative reaction for some players. Here's the problem with that. I don't believe that at all. People look at Haurchefant now, and they look at, like, zany, wacky characters. Like, you look at Majima in Yakuza and things like that. People love that archetype. I think that Haurchefant just made Koji uncomfortable. And honestly, this is another thing that I would like to get out, you know, right at the start. People are really kind of... People go off in the wrong direction on the whole localization debate. People are entirely, like, people think that the primary issue is people injecting politics and making things quote-unquote woke or whatever, and, right, that, like, changes like this that are being made to these games are done for political reasons. But honestly, this is an example of censorship, but if anything, it's homophobic. Right? Like, this is a character who is openly... like, you know, bi queer, and was censored because it, you know, that just made, Koji's like, I don't like getting hit on. And of course, I can't say that with 100% certainty, but I don't buy his excuse at all that he thought that it would be that people would have a negative reaction. And the only reason you would have a negative reaction is if you were like, oh, I don't want to have my male character get hit on by a dude. Like, that's the opposite of quote-unquote woke. Yeah, I mean, it is still political, but it's like, that's the opposite of what people normally think from, like, you know, localization bad. Right? Like, when people say localization bad, like, I don't want localization, they usually think that what people are doing is, you know, changing things to be quote-unquote woke. But this is a very prominent example of literally the opposite. Right? Like, and this character is really loved in the JP version of the game. And I entirely believe that he would have been very well received if they had just left him as he was. I don't buy Koji Fox's excuse that he genuinely thought that players would have a negative reaction to Harshavant. I think that he just made Koji uncomfortable. And so he just decided to change it. But the bigger thing with this is that it means... Well, yeah, they change things that are uncomfortable to them, but that's... What I'm saying is that it's not just a purely one-directional thing, and it's not even the greatest, like, reason behind why changes are made. This is really more just along the lines of, like, this is just what he wants the game to be like. And with this, and with the other interview, you really can't make the argument that he's a primary author. You can't make the argument that the games are written at the same time. You can't make the argument that his version of the lore is equally valid, or that the English localization team, because, you know, he leaves as the director or the localization head after a couple of expansions, you can't make the argument that their localization of the game is made at the same time, equally canon. Because as they're laying out here, they get the script from the Japanese. Like, they get the script from the Japanese writers, then they localize. They are not sitting down with Banryoda and, you know, going down and making the game side by side, hand in hand. The Japanese writers wrote Harshavant, and the English localizers did not get a say in how Harshavant was written. If they were, like, you know, equal writers, Harshavant just wouldn't have gotten made the way that he got made in the Japanese. Right? They would have brought up this issue and they would have changed it in the Japanese. But they didn't. So, the biggest, the single biggest smoking gun. So in the English version, Harshavant is very muted. He doesn't really do much, and then when he comes out as being like you know, like your biggest fan, and he talks like your best friends, and he loves you so much, it comes across as weird and forced. And when I played through the game the first time, I was like, who the fuck is this guy, and why is he talking to me? Like, why are you acting like we're best friends? Go away. But in the Japanese, he's endearing by being so over the top and wacky, and, you know, basically worshipping the ground that the Warrior of Light walks on. He just basically comes out and says, "Baby, I'm eusexual." What's good? Everybody loves him. But the thing is that it isn't just like minor characterizations or, you know, tone, language choices, etc. that get screwed up. Things that are incredibly plot critical get put into the game absolutely backwards. And this is... So I'm going to go through a cutscene. I've just got screenshots of the dialogue. I'm going to go through a cutscene from the beginning of Stormblood with... It's with the Warriors of Darkness. You meet the Warriors of Darkness, and you're talking with Minfilia and Hydaelyn, right? It's setting the stage for the whole rest of the conflict for the rest of the game, right? This is the most important cutscene in the game up until this point. Yeah, it's End of Heaven's Ward, beginning of Stormblood. Right? Yeah, let me just pull these up real quick. So, to set the stage, Because I don't want to go through the entire... I don't want to go through the entire cutscene because it would take forever. To set the stage, basically, you've got Minfilia speaking as the, like, intermediary of Hydaelyn. Explaining to the Warriors of Darkness, you know, what the deal is with Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and what Hydaelyn's plan for dealing with the Flood of Light is. This is a very important term that comes up constantly. Hikari no Hanran, the, like, deluge of light. Right? Their world, the Warriors, you know, you're playing as the Warrior of Light, the Warriors of Darkness come from a world where the light of Hydaelyn is so blinding and powerful that it's, you know, threatening to basically bleach their world clean, or it's going to. It pretty much already has, but there's like a sliver of hope left, right? Because they're going for a whole thing where it's like light versus darkness, both kind of just exist as a matter of course, right? Neither are necessarily intentionally doing things to destroy worlds, blah, blah, blah. And actually, before I do this, I should probably say I'm gonna make a running counter going forward of how many times the 12 are mentioned in the Japanese. Because in the English, it's fucking constant. And this is a really important thing to understand. This is a very, very important thing to understand. And this is, if there's anything that I'm like a giga nerd about, this is probably it. Like, this is probably what I should have majored in college. Japanese religion and mythology is very, very different to Western religion and mythology. Final Fantasy XIV is an incredibly Japanese game. The 12 in universe in Final Fantasy XIV operate basically like random local deities in Japan. Right? Like, for example, me and Michael, my brother, Japan Day Tripper, etc., shout out, blah, blah, blah. We lived in Suomo, on a really old shopping district street that it literally is referred to as, like, Old Lady Harajuku. Which, if you know Harajuku from, like, any anime ever, is, like, the ultra-trendy hip place. And it's just that, but for old women. That was the shopping district we lived on. And on that shopping district, there is a very, very famous shrine. Right? And every year, I think it was in the spring, there's a festival where you take out a, you know, portable litter, right? Carry it on, everybody carries it on their shoulders, yelling shit. And you tour the town. You run around with the, you know, like with the deity enshrined in the shrine, and you're basically showing it around. You're bouncing it up and down to you know, show it a good time, that sort of thing. Right? We're going, oisho, oisho, oisho. And I did that, and it was great. They, you know, I'm just like a random fucking white dude from Ohio, and they're like, hey man, you want to take part of this, like, in this ritual that's literally older than your country? I'm fairly certain that this like yearly ritual has been going on for longer than the United States has been a country, right? And it's this whole thing. The entire shopping district came out for it. Everybody in town, right? And everybody's coming out to do this old, big ritual thing. Nobody. I asked them when we were out there. It's like, hey, do you actually believe that there's like a deity enshrined in this shrine? And they go, not really. It's just kind of a fun traditional thing to do. You know, like, people would casually mention some amount of superstition, like, oh yeah, you know, like, before, you know, like, you might go over to a shrine to pray for something, like, before a big test, or something along those lines, but it's not religion in the same way that it is in the West. At all. Right? These, like, it's more like a series of folk beliefs, superstitions, just local color and flavor that just kind of creates your culture, right? It's just part of the culture. And so, that's really what the 12 are in the Japanese version of the game. They're backdrops, they're things that people are aware of, but don't really do. Right, but so the thing is that I haven't actually been through Endwalker, but in the Japanese, they're barely ever mentioned. And also, the English version, I don't trust the English version. With the, like, whatever text they use. No, I think that the raid series is real. And they would So basically what I'm trying to get to to that. It's a bit like complicated, but basically it's not to say that people don't believe that these beings exist. They don't believe that they're gods. It's that there's a difference between what the West thinks of as a god or a deity and what Japan thinks of as a god or a deity, right? It's the difference is that it's not like you're following a set of prescripts from them. You're not following doctrine. You're not like an active worshiper in the same way that somebody worships, you know, like fucking Yahweh. That's just not, it's far more casual. It's far more just a matter of course sort of thing. And from my understanding, the raid series in Endwalker and all that is really just them going like, hey, we've got these backdrop deities that really haven't been expanded upon at all. Yeah, religion doesn't dictate the norms of the society. That's a good way to put it. Like, it's really just not religion, fundamentally. Like, it's far more aligned with superstition. It's, you know, you've got these entities, you've got these beings that you think might maybe exist and do some things. And so, you know, like, hey, there's a fox shrine in this town. Oh, this local deity is supposed to be good for relationship problems. I'll go throw a charm. Like, I'll go get a charm. But that's the end of it. You don't think about it after that. You go, oh yeah, that's, you know, the deity enshrined there is like, you know, fucking, God, now I'm blanking on any random deity names. I had a bunch. I'm bad with names. But, you know, like, does Japan have any sort of foundational moral codices? Like, yeah, I mean, but they're more cultural, right? So, my point, though, is that Heidelin and Zodiark and the nature of their existence is a very Japanese concept. The concept of the supernatural and greater beings in the universe existing basically as a matter of course. Things aren't necessarily anybody's fault, right? And what the cutscene with the Warriors of Darkness is trying to explain is that Heidelin and Zodiark just kind of exist, right? And that they really don't have much inherent power to affect the world around them themselves. And explicitly, it's to say that they can't. Yeah, they're doing somewhat of a yin and yang thing. They're doing somewhat of that, but it's a bit more like the entities are aspects of this concept, right? Rather than being the concept itself, right? They kind of embody it. Yeah, these are more or less the gods of the world, but they're more like natural forces, right? That's a big difference, is that in Japanese mythology and in Japanese, you know, folk beliefs, there really isn't that much of a huge separation between the natural and the supernatural, right? It's a very thin barrier. It's not like, you know, heaven and hell, demons and angels, good and evil, right? It's more like a flow, right? Like you've got things that are more spiritually attuned, less spiritually attuned, places that are more mystical, less mystical, right? So, this is really important. Here, I'll get into the cutscene here. So, Minfilia comes out speaking as the interpreter or the go-between for Heidelin to basically just explain the plot of the game. She pretty much does just come down to lore dump at you, but it's done really well. So, she establishes who she is. She establishes who she is as the like go-between of Heidelin, that's all done in a previous line that I'm not going to do right now because it's really long. And also you'll notice at the top here of the text box, it says that her name is Minfilia. Minfilia. So, what this text box says is, 私が第一世界に渡り、強まりすぎた光を正しましょう。光の氾濫も避けることができるはずです。So what that means, and like, apologies for the stilted reading. It's not great. Michael is much better at Japanese than me. What she says here is, I will cross over to the first world and set right the light that has grown too strong. set it back into place, set it back the way it should be. And the importance here is the word watari. The daiichi sekai ni watari. That's wataru is the verb to like pass something, right? Use that for like cross a bridge. The importance here is that you're the important thing that's being conveyed here is that you are going from one place to another with a barrier in between, right? There is something that like you are crossing a barrier, pretty much. And she says, regarding the flood of light, there ought to still be something that can be done for it, or done about it, or done to avert it. It's sakeru koto, to avert, to prevent, to solve, kind of fix, in a way. And what she says is, also, dekiru hazu desu. She doesn't say absolutely, she doesn't say 100%, she says there should be. The flood of light is what's in quotation marks, yes. That's the cataclysmic event that was, going to erase the Warrior of Darkness's world, right? But she's saying there should still be something that can be done. And every language has different words for different confidence levels, right? Like English has maybe, probably, should, ought, and you kind of have an inherent understanding of right about which, what percentage each one means, right? You could put them in a line of most to least confident, right? And hazu is pretty confident, but it's definitely not 100%. There should be something that can be done to avoid this. It should be possible, right? It ought to be possible, with the added implication of, if it is not possible, something has gone very wrong, right? Like something out of my control necessarily has gone wrong if it isn't possible. What it isn't is a promise. Here's what the English version of this line is. First of all, Minfilia is listed as the word of the mother, not as Minfilia, which leads people to think that her personality has been erased or something like that. Whereas the quest line, like the name text of Minfilia, is Minfilia. In the Japanese, she's speaking for Hydaelyn, but she is not Hydaelyn, right? That's made clear. She isn't Hydaelyn, she's speaking for Hydaelyn, as a intermediary. What she says here is, I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which writheth, even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another. Yes, the word hie. That's an archaic word meaning to go quickly. So they use the archaic word wrong, because that's not what the meaning of the last line is. Right? The last line is doesn't have anything to do with speed. The concept here that is not conveyed, that should have been conveyed, is crossing over. And also, the bigger issue is that these are two different lines. Is the Japanese even archaic sounding? No. No, it's the best way that I could describe the way that the Japanese sounds is that it sounds like somebody speaking for a deity, right? It sounds like somebody speaking in a somewhat grandiose, like, almost ritualistic way. It's hard to put it, but like you can tell that she's speaking on a higher level, right? She has an air of authority and, well, not necessarily authority, but it's fantastical. It's dignified, right? It's definitely not archaic, and it's not really like channeling either. Like, it's also very soft in the Japanese. It's very soft, it's very caring. So first of all, the archaic word here, high, is being used incorrectly. And here, let me, I need to put chat above the examples that I'm giving. Yeah, there we go. The word high here is being used incorrectly. Yeah, and also she speaks like Minfilia spoke. She speaks a lot like Minfilia spoke in Japanese originally. There isn't a huge difference. Right? Like, she's using slightly different words than Minfilia used to use, but it's more like, it's like Minfilia if she, like, learned about the secrets of the universe, which is kind of what the situation is, right? So, first of all, there's nothing here about crossing worlds, right? Nothing here about crossing worlds, just to your world. And by the way, to your world doesn't signify which world she's talking about. In the Japanese, she says Daiichi Sekai. In the Japanese, she says the first world, which is the world that the player character Warrior of Light is from. It is not the world that the Warriors of Darkness are from. Unless I'm wrong about that. Deck, am I wrong about that? It's been a while. I said that for my chest, but I wasn't actually... that's wrong? I'm wrong? Fuck. Other way around, right? It's the other way around. I do be wrong. Number 1 is Warrior of Darkness. Yeah, I had it backwards. We're from the Sword. Yeah, original world. Yeah, that's why I had it backwards. That's why I had it backwards. I thought the term for original world was Daiichi Sekai. That's my fault. But hey, notice how I got something wrong, and then I actually checked with somebody who knows the information, and then I corrected myself. Crazy. Crazy to do that. Okay, but even then, the statement, like saying to your world, is still ambiguous. She's supposed to, so here she is supposed to be speaking directly to the Warrior of Darkness. And also, the thing is that to the Warriors of Darkness, this seems like a bullshit cop-out, right? If you're the Warriors of Darkness, and she just says, oh yeah, there should still be something that we can do. Probably. Maybe. Right? Like, she's saying it with confidence, but to them, that's going to sound like, what the fuck do you mean, maybe? What, there should be something? Like, it's your fucking light, what do you mean you should be able to do something about it? Like, fuck are you talking about? And also she says, take unto myself the light, which isn't said in the Japanese at all. She says, I will set right the light that has grown too strong, right? And there's definitely a better way that you could word that in a localization, but it's definitely not take unto myself. That's not what she's saying at all. She just says that she'll set it right. Tadashimashou. My pronunciation there was dog shit. Even as darkness did drown another, totally just not there. And also notice how they don't mention the Flood of Light at all, by name, which is important. You're supposed to mention it by name. You're supposed to fucking mention it. It's a very important concept. So, half of the line isn't translated, and half of the line is made up. And how would I translate the line? Like, it would be really rough. Like, I don't have a translation ready for this one. I've got them for other ones. But this one would be something like, I will pass over to the first world and set right that light which has, like, grown too strong. Or that light which has grown blinding. You know, the flood of light, we ought to be able to avert the flood of light even now. Something along those lines. Which, again, totally fucking different. It's not perfect. Like, translation, yeah, nothing about taking it onto herself. And the Warrior of Darkness, in real big credit to the voice actor for the Warrior of Darkness, he pops the fuck off. He gets so goddamn mad at this line. Right? And if you look at it, in the English, what is there to really be mad about? She's making a promise. She's just saying, like, yeah, we'll fix it. Don't worry about it, bro. Like, I got this. I got you, fam. No worries. In the Japanese, she's saying there should still be time. Right? We should be able to fix it. The Japanese, for the Warrior of Darkness line, immediately following that is... This is fucking great. It's Zaregoto. Imasara shinjirareru ka? Haidarin nado, ore tachi no inori ni mo kotae konakatta kusei ni. And he's like shouting that out. He's like basically choking out tears at the end. Right? And this line on its own would make me go up to Square Enix and be like, hey, can I get an M rating for this expansion? Because this dude needs to be dropping F-bombs. Right? This needs to be an F-bomb. So, zaregoto is like a joke. Right? Like a fucking joke, nonsense, pure nonsense, right? And so I would translate this as, is this a fucking joke? Like, do you expect us to believe that now? After all this? After nobody answered our prayers for salvation. You know, after we prayed our hearts out and nobody answered. Because he says, Haidarin nado. Nado, meaning, or anyone else. Etc. People like Haidarin. So it's not just Haidarin, it's nobody. People like Haidarin. Right? The meaning here is nobody answered. Not Haidarin, not anybody else. Oretachi no inori ni mo. Our prayers, our prayers, our pleas for salvation, kotaete konakatta kuseni, were completely unanswered. Right? So this flows. This naturally makes sense. Right? It's because she says like, oh yeah, we should still be able to do something here. And he says, is this a fucking joke? Are you fucking kidding me? You know, the fuck do you mean probably? The fuck do you mean should? Right? And his manner of speaking here is ridiculously rough. It is so rough that, like, you know, the dude doing the voice acting for the Warrior of Darkness is just growling every line from his throat. Well, the thing is that, okay, that's a good point. You find it funny that he's using an impolite form in front of a god, right? But it's, like, that's what I mean by the whole religious thing being different, is, like, he's not seeing it as, oh, this is a deity that I need to worship. It's, this is the person responsible for my world being destroyed. This is the entity responsible for my world being destroyed. And they aren't even fucking apologizing and promising to fix things. Right? Like, they're just saying, oh, it should be possible to fix this. Not, it will. But in the English here, she does make a promise. This is absolute. There's nothing in this line that says that she might fail, that it might not be possible. Yeah, no, he's fucking pissed. But this is what I mean by saying you cannot say that these are equivalent sentences. These are not the same information. This is not the same emotions. This is not the same meaning. These are not equivalent. This is not a proper localization. And here's the fucking English for that line that the Warrior of Darkness fucking growls out. He is confronting the entity that has doomed everybody he has ever known and loved. Right? From his perspective. This is the English for that whole line. Now you deign to answer our prayers, I will suffer this farce no longer. And then he runs at Minfilia with an axe. Nothing about nobody answering their prayers. Nothing about, you know, all of the people in that world, or him and the rest of the Warriors of Darkness offering up prayers to anyone who would answer and getting nothing. Right? That's the meaning of the line, is that they were offering up prayers to anybody who could possibly answer. Right? Haidarin nado. It's implied that other entities and other, you know, sources of help were like, they asked for help from other sources and just got nothing. Right? They screamed for help and nobody came. All that information is gone. Here, if you read the English without the context of the Japanese, she just says, I'll fix the problem, and he goes, oh, well, now that you're gonna fix it, I don't want it. Right? He's like a little kid asking for McDonald's, and mom goes, fine, we'll go get McDonald's. Like, oh, no, I don't want it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? She just said, yeah, I got you, slime. No problem, bro. I'll go there fast as I can. Fix that shit real quick. And he goes, oh, now I don't want you to do it because you didn't do it sooner. Nonsense. It's like pure nonsense. Yeah, it's... The context and the information about the setting that's being shown in the Japanese is so much deeper than the information that's being shown in the English. They just aren't explaining shit in the English. Right? There's just tons of shit left out. Very critical plot information that's just not here. It's replaced with nothing. It's not implied. It's not alluded to. It's replaced with literal nothing. So, again, this is just not... This isn't a proper localization at all. And here's the line immediately following that. From Minfilia, it starts with an apology. Gomen nasai. Right? It starts with an apology. Zodiac がアッシンを返さなければ干渉できないように、ハイダリンも直接光の反乱を止めることはできないの。So, what that says is, I'm sorry, just as Zodiac cannot interfere with the world without the Asians providing intercession, right? Without the Asians' assistance, without their help, without their... Right, it's... The important thing here is that it's... The word kaisu here is not involuntary. It's not compulsory. They're very clearly setting up that the Asians are not being controlled. Right? At least that's what Minfilia is saying. That it's not as though Zodiac is just completely mind-controlling the Asians and they're just doing his will because they are mindless slaves. Right? She's saying, just like Zodiac is incapable of interfering with the world itself, with the temporal, physical worlds themselves, without an intermediary in the form of the Asians, Hydaelyn is unable to directly stop the flood of light, is what that last line is. She is unable to directly stop the flood of light. She's saying it's not that, we didn't, it's that we couldn't. Right? The Warriors of Darkness are saying, like, what, like, you expect me to believe that you're gonna go and fix things? We begged and pleaded and we didn't, nothing happened. And Minfilia is saying, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not that Hydaelyn didn't, it's that Hydaelyn couldn't. That's the important thing that's being conveyed in this line. And it's incredibly important. It's the single most important line in the game so far. Right? Up until this point, this is the single most important line in the entire game. This sets up the entire rest of the story. It sets up the relationship with the Asians and Zodiac as they're working together, but are not necessarily in a directly, master-slave relationship. And Hydaelyn is unable to directly interfere with the physical world. Right? The important thing here is that it's the term dekinai, like just straight up can't. The thing that is being emphasized here is that she cannot. Not that she's unwilling, not that there's like a price that would need to be paid that she's unwilling to pay. She just physically can't do it. And here's the English. Dun da da da. Completely fucking wrong on every level. As the Asians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. So not only is this misleading in making it seem as though the Asians are, are compelled, saying they must serve, And I've seen people try and say, like, oh, they are necessary for the Zodiarch's will to be executed as a potential reading for this line, as, you know, like an excuse for this line. And bullshit. Nobody read that line this way. Nobody. So too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. And notice, that's just a completely different line than what's the line at the bottom of the game. Like, at the bottom of the Japanese. It's not only just inaccurate, it's also just a different line. It doesn't convey any of the same information. It doesn't say anything about the Flood of Light. It doesn't say anything about Hydaelyn being unable to stop the Flood of Light. The entire context of this being Hydaelyn apologizing, like, you know, Minfilia apologizing on Hydaelyn's behalf for the Warrior of Darkness's world, is totally gone. All of that information is gone. It's just not here. So, again, if this was a localization, you would need to actually give people an equivalent experience. This isn't an equivalent experience. Two people who played this, somebody who played this game in this cutscene in Japanese, and somebody who played this cutscene in English, didn't have the same experience. They're not going to come away with the same takeaways at all. Like, you cannot really make that argument. And this is the biggest example, but then people, you know, also say like, oh, well, you know, Koji Fox eventually leaves and then the game gets better after Shadowbringers, blah, blah, blah. And no, they just keep doing it. They just keep doing it. Right? Like, this is one that... No, yeah, the Flood of Light thing, it's mentioned in ARR, Doran. It's literally, like, La Habrea drops the Flood of Darkness, Flood of Light thing by name in fucking ARR. It's literally, like, it's very clearly foreshadowed. It's, like, the game just kind of lays out what it's about in the Japanese. But... Oh, Grahatia. I was thinking of Grahatia and I said La Habrea. I don't remember these fucking character names, man. It's been 3 years. But, okay. So the last example is just like, you know, this is post-Koji. Right? This is post-Koji as lead, but you can tell that what he's done to the standards for the game is just, like, completely poisoned it. Right? So this is, I believe it's in Shadowbringers or Endwalker, that the very famous cutscene with Alise and Alphinaud, right? That everybody loves to talk about as being like the number one thing that exemplifies their sibling relationship. Every time I looked up, you know, like, what are people's favorite lines from Final Fantasy XIV? This line from Alphinaud is the top of the list every fucking time. Like, every time. So, I don't actually know the full context for this scene. They're looking over at a lady kind of making a contract with or like playing with a pixie. And Alise says, "Are nani sama?" So Alise in the Japanese is kind of hilarious. She's so fucking blunt to the point of just like almost feeling out of place. And that's sort of played as a gag. Is that all of these other characters are, you know, they speak in, like, very serious tones and, you know, use a lot of, like, somewhat, you know, emotionally charged language and things like that. It's definitely not archaic or anything. But Alise just comes in and basically kicks the door down and says, "Sup, fuckers." She talks so blunt. It's great. And this line is just, "Hey, who's that?" Nani-sama is slightly dismissive. She's using a honorific term sarcastically, basically. Right? Like, presumably the person that she's talking about is important in some way, and she's, you know, kind of being derisive about that slightly. But it's only slightly. Right? It's enough for you to tell that she does not care for this situation in general, but she's not being like a total bitch or anything. This is the rewrite. Another self-important little brat. Just what we need. Just nowhere. This doesn't exist in the Japanese. The tone doesn't match at all. And this is what I mean when I say, like, localization is... Yeah, you know, it's even less severe than somebody saying, like, oh, excuse me, your majesty. Right? Like, sarcastically. It's even less severe than that. And she's saying it just to Alphinaud, offhandedly, just being like, yeah. What are we doing here? Who the hell is that? Like, honestly, I'd kind of just go with, like, who the hell is that? And, like, this is what I mean when people say, like, oh, you need to localize things. Things don't directly translate. There is no direct translation for nani-sama. Right? That doesn't exist. That's true. There is no direct translation for nani-sama. Right? Because English doesn't do honorific terms that way. It just doesn't. So if you were, like, here, I will literally chuck this into DeepL right now and see what it throws out. It says, oh my god, it gets it so wrong. It's just, oh, what's that? Or, oh, who's that? It's completely unsure of what's going on, right? Because it has no idea what the context is. And this is all contextual, right? So there is no, like, direct translation. You can't do it. But there being no direct translation doesn't mean you could just make shit up. It doesn't mean that the tone in the top is unknowable. Right? It doesn't mean that Japanese is some, like, incomprehensible language that you can't possibly divine what they actually meant from the delivery, from the writing, from anything. Like, you can tell what the tone is from the Japanese. And so you can tell at a glance that the English is wrong. And then, Alphinaud says, かわいいピクシーと契約してるんだね。少し小さい頃の君を思い出すかな. It's like, oh, they're making a contract, or they're contracted with a cute pixie. Huh. Reminds me a bit of you when you were a kid. Or of you when we were kids. He's attempting to give a compliment. Right? He's saying, oh yeah, you were like, oh yeah, it's cute, like you when you were a kid. And now, like, let me put this line back up, because they just completely, again, they're really fond of just not translating things. Right? They're just really fond of not actually translating lines. There's so many examples in the game where the Japanese will be like 3 or 4 sentences longer, and all of the information just gets left out in the English. Right? Like we saw from the entire thing with the Warriors of Darkness and Minfilia, every single one of those lines had like an entire sentence worth of information that just didn't get translated. They just left it out entirely. And so Alphinaud here just says, reminds me of my childhood. This is an insult. Right? Like, there's no other way to read this. This is an insult. There's no possible way you could read this other than Alphinaud making a deliberate insult. She uses the term spoiled brat. And then Alphinaud says, reminds me of my childhood. And people love that line because it's always sassy. He's calling her a bitch. And immediately following this line, she, like, gets really mad and just, like, you know, grabs him by the collar, just kind of starts shaking him and shit. And it's left slightly ambiguous. In the Japanese, he's like, hey, what, huh? What, why? Why are you mad at me? I don't get it. What's going on? Why are you mad at me? You know, with the interpretations that you could make being like, oh, he said that she was cute as a kid, implying that she's not now. Or she's just like, bro, cringe. Don't say shit like that. Right? Either or is perfectly reasonable and is, you know, those are both like in-character reasons that she might be upset. And so it's supposed to be like a fun little bit that shows off their relationship dynamic. And it's just an insult in the English. And people think that, like, people now right? Like, if you look at, like, English fan art of these characters, like, interacting, and not that type of fan art, I'm not talking about that type, yeah, Alphinaud in general, in the English, is just fully character assassinated. Like, he's completely competent, people like him, he's heroic, right? In the Japanese, he has kind of a hero's arc. And in the English, he's just like the punching bag for every joke, for no good reason. Including more, like, you know, borderline fucking, like, homophobic shit where, like, they're really obsessed with making people mistake him for a girl in the English, which I think in the Japanese, the Warriors of Darkness mistake him for Aosei for like 5 seconds, and then go, hey, wait a second, that's a fucking dude. Oh shit, they're twins. That happens like once. But yeah. Myrna, yeah, I'm pretty sure most of those are just made up. But we'll see. But really, like, this would be where I would, you know, put the timestamp for we're going back to playing the actual game. Yeah, Matoya confuses him in the English, which isn't in the Japanese at all. But yeah, I am now. We're gonna actually play the game. It's game time. Actual game time. Whoa, crazy. Basically, I just wanted to get those out of the way. Those things out of the way, just because, right, like, if I didn't, people would... I mean, people are still going to find ways to try and say, actually, all the things that you just said right there, it's actually the same in the English, which, just like, come on, man. I just kind of don't... I don't know, man. If you can look at the shit that was said in... Like, if you can look at these two lines and say that these are in any way the same thing, or convey the same information, that these create an equivalent experience, I just, like... Why do you even bother, like, reading or playing media? Like, and I'm not even gonna say, like, oh, her media literacy, but it's like, if you're going to just, like, not care to that extent, then fucking anything would do, man. Because this is just flagrantly not the same. It's not even like, oh, you don't get the political implications of blah, blah, blah. It's just like, these are just not, you know, square peg, round hole. But yeah. So, the other thing that I'll say off rip is the toolset that I'm using to play the game. Right? I am going to be using a very nice little program called Mort. And what Mort is a screen OCR, right? So the thing that I've got up is I've got Japanese text-to-speech working for the game text in Final Fantasy XIV itself, and I've got Mort up so that, which I'll show it off once we get into the game. I've got Mort up so that you guys will have a scrolling bad translation, just so that you can actually follow along visually and not be completely in the dark up until I say what the line is. It would just be a real dog shit viewing experience if all you saw on screen was a bunch of Japanese. So, Mort is a Korean-made OCR that the Korean community mostly uses for playing visual novels. It visually reads out text and just spits it into fucking DeepL and spits out a really rough machine translation, right? I'm not relying on that machine translation for accuracy. I'm going to be using it for some amount of speed. I'm going to be checking it myself. But I'm not saying machine translation good. It's not good. As you'll see, it completely fucks up speaker and subject. It's not a replacement for basic Japanese understanding. You really can't get full story context from using something like Mort. You have to have, yeah, it's an assistance tool. But for example, let me make let me just have it grab some of the text from that line, that first Minfilia line, right? Let's do that. And I will make this visible. In a hot second, there we go, it's done. And now let me make it visible. Right? This was its translation. Honestly, I'm not hopeful for machine translation. Because there's so much shit that is just not... You need to be able to comprehend context. So, this is the line. So he gets crossover. Correct the light that has grown too strong. But it says the flood of light can be avoided. Not should, ought. It's missing a lot of the context, right? Like, this is not an acceptable full translation. It does a better job than I was expecting it to do, but this doesn't really convey all of the information. Even if you... Oh no, the MTL gives a better idea of what's happening than the English version, for sure, because the English version is bullshit. The English version just isn't a translation. This is a bad translation, but at least it's an attempt. You know, the machine translator isn't trying to fuck it up. Pretty much anything is going to be better. But, yeah, so... This is... And it's got the OCR readout at the top there, too. So, this is what I'm going to be using. I'm going to have this little box on screen, which I can move around because this is just visually... Like, this isn't even a plugin for Final Fantasy or anything. This is just a screen reader. Like, I had it rip that... You know, I had it read the dialogue just from an image. Right? It's very cool that it can do that, just very quickly. And it's incredibly useful for picking out kanji. Because they love to use fucked up kanji. Like, honestly, even native Japanese speakers that I've seen try to play Final Fantasy XIV get stopped in their tracks every, like, 5 minutes and have to ask their chat, like, hey, how do you read this? The fuck is this kanji? Yeah, like, otherwise, if I was doing a radical lookup, or if I was having to copy-paste directly from the event thing in Final Fantasy, it would be a bit of a pain in the ass. Right? Definitely not great. It's every 5 minutes there's just a line that they get brick-walled by. It's kind of hilarious. Just how brutal it is. But, okay. Oh no, Discord overlay, why? Why is that popping up? Fuck. It's because it's window capture. Whatever, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Yeah, I know that there's double BGM right now. It's because I was using Wallpaper Engine. It's actually kind of sick, the setup that I did there. I had Wallpaper Engine for that moving background. Which had the music. It was kind of tight. Okay, so now I gotta just move chat over. I gotta get my little buttons set up in places where I can actually interact with things. The other thing is that there's gonna be a lot of... I mean, well, I'm gonna be in New Game Plus mode, so there's really not gonna be much that people are gonna be able to do. And honestly, like, yeah, whatever. Oh, wait, is it gonna do the intro cutscene? Because the intro cutscene is actually pretty important. Oh, this is the intro cutscene for fucking... Yeah. So actually, here, let me do the Rome Reborn intro title. Right? This is incredibly important for the game. So, in 1.0, when the game launched first, it was a fucking disaster. The game barely worked. Right? By all accounts, it was a terrible MMO. And Yoshi P took over the production of the game and was basically just like... His job was impossible. Taking a failing MMO with garbage infrastructure that everybody hated and trying to turn it into a success. And he actually fucking managed to pull it off. And so the big ending that they did for the first version of the game was this. This huge, cataclysmic, world-ending event. I need to turn up the game audio, but I can't do it right now. Right? This is what people... I believe they even played... Did they play this cinematic when the server shut down? Like, you know, they had the like, moon descending, and this all happened in-universe at the very end of the server. And it's such an amazing send-off. Right? To the people who actually stuck with the game up until the very end. The sheer amount of love that Yoshi P and the writers and the artists and everything showed to that community that stuck with them is, like, it's genuinely heartwarming. Right? It's just really nice. You know, you can tell just how much... And that's why the game did so well. So it's not an alternative universe. This is all what happened. So the story of the game is that the calamity here was the end of that era of the world. And all of these characters that are doing this are supposed to be those players. Right? The people who actually played 1.0. And the story goes through it. It's a continuation. This was the end of the story from 1.0. You know, everything ends, everything goes to shit. But then there's, you know, it's going to come back, right? It's very much like this game is terrible, we're gonna blow it all up, and we're gonna come back with a better version of the game, stay tuned. Right? That's the whole point of this big story change. Yeah, and this world is... Yeah, it's very, important. But actually, I might censor that in the VOD. Well, actually, I'll just timestamp to after this intro cutscene. But from here on out, I would like to avoid general spoilers and just treat the game... Actually, I should probably just not have chat on screen. Right? I should probably just not have chat on screen. For people who watch the archive, right? But yeah, that's another crazy thing, is that if you actually played 1.0, you get a different intro than everybody else. You get recognized as an original Warrior of Light, like your character has a mark on them, signifying them as a, like, original Warrior of Light, and it's a whole thing in the canon. Like, they went above and beyond to make the people who played 1.0 and stuck with them feel valued. And it's that whole, mentality that really is why Final Fantasy XIV ended up being such a success, is that Yoshi P really gives a shit. Right? Like, he really gives a shit. And really, like, that's kind of a constant throughout the whole game, is that the story of this game is very heartfelt. It's sort of the exact opposite of what ends up happening in the English, where a ton of stuff is just made, like, sarcastic and jokey and shit like that. It takes itself incredibly seriously. Right? It's very confident in the emotions and the characters. It's incredibly sincere, is what I would say. And it's that sincerity is why I actually really liked the game. Like, the thing that made me... Oh, no, yeah, all of the Final Fantasy translations are just terrible, right? They're just bad. But... Right, and then there's that light. The thing that made me, you know, because I got roped in with, like, Matt there. switched over to Final Fantasy XIV when WoW kind of shit the bed. And he dragged me over and said, like, wow, you know, this is really fucking good. You got to give it a shot. And, you know, I'll say straight up, I don't even, like, the gameplay and the high-end raid stuff for Final Fantasy XIV isn't actually my preferred style of MMO combat, necessarily. I still really like it, but it's, you know, I've played RPGs and MMOs that have combat that I prefer over it. But really, it's just how, like, I don't want to say the word sincere too many times, but it's how heartfelt the game really is. It's charming. Like, the game is incredibly charming. Right? And as you're playing it, you just kind of get, like, it grabs you, it hooks you. You actually start giving a shit. Like, the characters are really well made, the relationships between, you know, all the different characters, the greater story and everything, it's just, it is very refreshingly straightforward. Right? Because it seems like, to me, you know, people say it a lot with, like, Marvel movies and shit like that, where it's like everything's got to be a sarcastic quip fest and all of that. But really, it's, like, a lot of Western fantasy in general has this weird aversion to sincerity, to just putting yourself out there, of accepting the possibility of being called cringe, right? You constantly have to couch shit in irony, and, like, even if it's not just quips, you constantly have to just kind of, like, look at the camera and be like, isn't this silly, right? Yeah, straightforward inner story is pretty rare. And so when people give Koji and the Westerlo team a ton of praise for putting a bunch of pop culture references into the game, it's just like, wow, so you're just proud of undermining the tone that the Japanese are going for. Like, you're really just proud of that, huh? Great. Here, I just gotta turn up the master audio. So, honestly though, somebody actually brought up a really great point in the on Twitter, which is a fucking rarity, which is World of Warcraft is actually a great example, because World of Warcraft is also a fantasy MMO that isn't a medieval fantasy MMO. Like, people in WoW don't speak in, like, an archaic ye olde fashion. Probably because they got, like, mechs and space travel and demons and magic and shit. You know, kind of like how FF14 has... Oh, I should have the BGM down further? Oh, yeah. But the BGM is really good, though. Like, that's one thing I'll give... A lot of the songs are really fucking good. That's the one thing I'll give Koji credit for. If he just fucked off from the localization stuff... Well, WoW... The problem is that they fit in WoW a lot more. Well, even... honestly, they're kind of ill-fitting a lot of points in Warcraft too. But... yeah, there's never an instance of ye olde English. But yeah, so... There's a bit of an issue, though. There's a bit of an issue that we're gonna have to deal with for the first little tiny bit of things. Also, I got by the meme of I'm gonna make a meme character name, and now I'm stuck with this forever. So the main character that I will be playing on is named Oreo McFlurry. Nobody else had that name somehow. But for the first, like, 30 minutes of the game, even if you hit New Game Plus, it doesn't drop you at the very start of the game. Hence, I made Eminem McFlurry. I'll take this character right up until the point where New Game Plus drops you, then we'll switch over to New Game Plus, because I'm not unlocking flying again. Fuck that. Not doing it. No. Honestly, that's one of the things that I'm interested in. Is, like, how different are, like, naming conventions and all that sort of bullshit. Right? Also, yeah, ephemeral for life. Matt plays a fucking cat girl. Or no, he doesn't play cat girl. He plays Aura. Aura. Female Aura, which is, it's one step above cat girl, but it's still bullshit. I'm calling you out. Yeah. So... Female aura isn't as bad as male aura, at least? Yeah. 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 We'll get into it when they show up, but the cat naming convention is really weird. Okay, so here we go. I will have up this. Let me make it a little bit smaller and probably put it, like, up here. Let me know if this is, like, not... if this isn't, readable. I do want to have the OCR available for, like, Dak and myself to be able to check it. So the OCR isn't there, the OCR, like, readout isn't there for you guys, that's there for me and Dak, or, like, Michael if Michael shows up, to be able to check and see if it's fucking things up. But yeah, boom. Fuck. I forgot that there's a login timer. But yeah, I've got some very comfy hotkeys for moving around the OCR window and all that sort of shit. So that hopefully we're not going to be, Oh no, yeah, all of that shit is still there, Ingram. It's... So, I fucking love the Lalafell. They're great. Like, the whole bit with them, and that's why I picked Ulda. The whole bit with them is that they're, like, just pure bastards. Right? Just absolute shitheads. Will fucking shank you in the street. Love them. Wow. Yeah, the OCR doesn't know what to do with, like, broken text either. God, the old All-Star is still a lot of fun. Yeah, the OCR has no idea what to do for this, but it just, you know, like, broken up, feel, think, like, just, feel, right? It is just the think, feel thing. Hear, feel, think. Oh shit! The other thing that the OCR really has a hard time with is these... Yeah. Listen, feel, think. Yeah, the OCR freaks out whenever there's moving text. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, it's just doing the setup. There's the text to speech. Yeah. This dude's just saying, hey you. Hey, I know you. I need to shrink down this OCR window, because otherwise it's going to start picking up pure bullshit. And give it up. Boom, boom. Hey. Hey, hey, you. Hey, I know you. I've done this one with more. Yeah. You're having a hard time. You doing okay? Okay, so here is the biggest thing that MTL fucks up, and is probably never going to be able to fix. So, this is obvious to a speaker. He's obviously not saying I, right? He's talking about us, but since Japanese doesn't have explicit, like, doesn't use explicit subject in this manner, right? Like, he never says you, right? The word you is not used here. Like, hidoi aseda is just, there's no subject in that line. It's just terrible sweat. But it's implied that he's talking about you. And he says, what are you, like, you drunk on, you ether drunk? Right? Or do you have, like, ether poisoning? I have no idea if this line is, if he says that in the English, but, like, and he says, like, what, you drunk on ether or something? Like, you know, you poison... What's the tool name? Mort. M-O-R-T. It's a Korean OCR. So, yeah, he says, like, there's a lot of aetherite here, and, you know... Yeah, like, after you teleport, yeah, you know, sometimes this happens, right? And, yeah, it says, I've seen people like you who are ethereal. What he says is people who are sensitive to ether. Like, weak to ether. Sensitive, weak, right? It's like, yeah, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I have no idea what the English is here, but... And I'm gonna keep it that way for most of this shit. I'm just playing through the game. The text-to speech is very funny for things like this, though. Where it's just like, it's like the really shitty... It's just like a really shitty audiobook. Hey, that chocobo carriage there. Stop. It's like the, those videos of, Lord of the Rings Uruk-hai with normal voices. Yeah, this voice acting kind of sucks. So the really nice thing is that it automatically will not do the text-to-speech over lines that are voice acted. Yeah, what's the big idea? What the hell is this? Yeah. Like, this is an inspection. Okay. This is a fucking great one. Hey, 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 hey. So, in these situations, right, it's a good thing that I've got an immediate readout, right? So in the case, so what he's saying is, hey, I'm an honest businessman. I ain't doing nothing wrong, right? But Deep L has no fucking idea how to translate that shit. He's like, I'm only doing honest work, right? I'm not trading in any contraband, nothing like that. Yeah. Shut up, be quiet. And then, oh look, we're planting drugs. Look at this piece of shit. He just blatantly pulls it out of his back pocket. Oh, no, 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 no. What he actually said is, that can't be doing that. You can't be, running contraband like that. No, no, no. Ooh, that ain't good.
さて、罰金をいただくか、牢にお連れするか。どうしますかね、証人伝?
It's like, so what is it? You gonna pay a fine or take us to jail? Or take you to jail? God, the English thing up here actually made me fucking say us. God, it's just this is just basic, extortion. And he's like, come on, man.
たちの悪いのに目をつけられちまった。
It's like, looks like we caught, again, I've got my eye on the wrong guy. Wrong. Like, it can't do subject properly. It can't do direction, it can't do subject. Right? It's like, looks like, caught the attention of the wrong crowd, right?
伝令、蛮族だ、アマルジャ族が出たぞ。装備を整え、急ぎ集合せよ。
Yeah, it's like the thing is that I'm absolutely not suggesting that people who don't speak Japanese use MTL in place of translation, because you're just not, like, you're gonna get completely backwards nonsense. It can for sure help, especially using something like Mort here to be able to just pull out the kanji. Like, for example, here, like, this is, I'll speed things up as we go, but like, let's say you didn't know these words, right? You could just grab the readout from Mort, chuck it into a dictionary, and go, oh, that's dende. So, like, alert. Bonzoku. Oh, that's Bonzoku. Barbarians. Amaruja zoku ga. Eta so. Oh, yeah, it's right. Like, oh, sobi o totonoe. Oh, I see. Right, like, it's actually pretty decent for study, right? But so if you at least know a decent amount of Japanese, you can use something like this to, to be kind of your proofreader. Or rather, you proofread for it. And that works pretty damn well, actually. The MTL will actually get...
今回だけは見逃してやる。言ってよし。
And sometimes it actually does a pretty damn good job. Like, that's totally fine. Like shit. Like, you got, but again, this is where localization is actually important. Where I'll let you off the hook this time. Honestly, you could go with something like, you got lucky. Get out of here. Right? To kind of get closer to the haste and emphasis here. But also, like, I'll let you off the hook is also totally fine. We'll let you off the hook this time. Get out of here. Also, I like how that one Amalja just fucking decks a guy.
全くついてないぜ。
全くついてないぜ。
今のはウルダ派の警備隊、同人団の奴らだ。ああやって難癖つけては賄賂を要求してくるんだよ。
Yeah.
今日は蛮族のおかげで払わずに済んだ
It's
よな。
copper. Since the text box is so small, it's misreading things. It is misreading the kanji here for. Oh, my window is in a different spot. It's misreading this kanji. It's saying bronze instead of copper. Yeah, I can increase the text box size, but I need to do that after. I can't do that right now. You have to do that after, when you're not in like a cutscene. So I've already got that set up on the main character, and I can bump it up later. But so it's really just for this one that it's gonna be. Wait, is it? No, like, I'm seeing the readout there. Isn't that? Oh no. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Kanji for copper and bronze is the same. Oh yeah. I forgot about that one. Oh, no, yeah, it fucked it up the last time, but... no, the readout on my screen, I've got, I have the Mort readout really small. If you right-click on this one, it just sends you to the next
それ
line.
にしても、この騒ぎに動じないとは、お前さん、肝が据わってるな。
Okay, wait a second, it actually got that. It actually got Kimo ga suwatteru na. Yeah, I would say, like... So for a translation of this one, it was like, but look at you, nerves of steel. So, balls is actually... So, okay. Straight up, this is actually a fairly good TL. I would go with guts. I would say you got some, like, you got guts. But, like, saying you got balls, that's also totally fine. This is the turn of phrase here, I would go with guts. I would go with guts. It's... Kimo ga suwatteru na is not as vulgar as you got balls. But it's the same meaning. And the dude is being, like... He's being crass, but he's not being that crass, so... I would probably go with you got guts. But, like, really you should be saying, like, look at you, nerves of steel.
ウルダ浜で、まだ時間がありそうだ。せっかくの縁だ。少し、話でもしないかい?
Yeah, it's like, we still got a ways to go before we'll die, so how about we talk a little bit more?
向こうの若いのは愛想がないもんでね。
Yeah, they're not too friendly. he's being very...
ええ、俺はブレモンド。この辺りを回っている旅商さ。よろしくな。
So, okay, here's another one. This is some people die when they are killed shit. Japanese does this sometimes, where you have things that seem to be doubled up. Saying, I'm a traveling merchant who travels around here. It's because he says, like, he is the term that he uses is traveling merchant, and then he also reuses the term for, like, meandering around. So in English that sounds fucked, right? So you would just say, like, I'm a traveling merchant from, you know, around these parts. Nice to meet you.
それはそうと、お前さん、見慣れない民族衣装を着ているな。見たところ、流れ者の新人冒険者ってところかい?
So here's another one. He's saying that he doesn't recognize your clothing, and that specifically the clothing that you're wearing looks like a, like, tribal or traditional garb from somewhere. But he can't place his finger on it, which is why it uses that term. The "you adventurer" doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's like, what are you, some sort of, like, wandering newbie adventurer or something? Like, wandering newbie adventurer? Oh, new adventurer, yeah. You're a... Weird. The box is, like, it's reading everything out properly. It's just like, yeah, the readout is just kind of fucked. But yeah, he's just like, from the looks of it, you're some sort of, like, wandering newbie adventurer. Yeah.
やっぱりそうかい。冒
I knew
険者になって名を馳せたいってのは誰もが一度は憧れるものな。
Don't like that, whatever's going on at the end there. What? Don't like that. When you trying to do something here, Martin? So, yeah, Old Bird is... Gamer translation. Old Bird is obviously wrong. But he just says, I knew it. You know, like, everybody once in their life, you know, wants to go out and make a name for themselves as an adventurer. Right? It's because it's misreading dare as tori, or like bird. Well, no, that's not even tori. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it reading that as? Cho? Oh, what? Wait, why is that bird? Fuatori. Oh, that's the kanji for fuatori. Okay. The fuck? Yeah, it's just misreading a kanji there. It's supposed to just be everybody, not every old bird. So, again, but like this is another reason, I'll stop harping on it in a second, but this is the sort of thing where if you don't know Japanese, you would not be able to tell that this kanji is wrong, right? You wouldn't be able to tell that the kanji is wrong in the OCR readout.
この
Or
辺
like
りも
which one is
随分
wrong.
復興が進んだとはいえ、まだまだ戦火は残ったままだ。それに、近頃は魔物が凶暴になっていると聞く。
Yeah.
なんだって、冒険者なんて危ない制御に
Yeah, okay. Okay, how would I want to translate that? 冒険者なんて危ない制御に? Okay, so I guess he's like, yeah. No, I heard the Japanese, the Japanese, it was... Nariwari? Well, I mean, it can be read either way. I think, well, yeah. Either way, it's just like he's saying, you know, since, like, everything's dangerous, everything's kind of gone to shit, and you're gonna, you know, you're gonna be an adventurer? Kinda, like, why? Why are you doing that? And then it's like, I want power.
なるほど、力ね。確かに、戦いは冒険者の本分だからな。自分の力を試すには、もってこいかもしれん。
Yeah.
街に着いたら
もってこい。
まず、冒険者ギルドに登録をして、腕や名声を上げることだな。
Yeah, you know, make a name for yourself.
その上で、ファイターやソーサラーたちのギルドを訪ねて入門するといい。
Also, notice how he says fighter, sorcerer. Fighter ya sorcerer. Not gladiator or thaumaturge. He said fighter. He said fighter.
ウルダ派では、剣術や格闘、それに呪術が盛んと聞くからな。
Yeah. Swordsman. Monk. Right? Monk is totally fine. I do not have an issue with Monk. It's totally fine. The other ones are fucked. Like, Kakuto is, like, putting that down as Monk is fine. Yep. Oh wait, no, yeah, they make it Pugilist! Oh god. Pugilist is fucking dumb.
こう焦って無謀な戦いだけはするなよ。英雄になったとしても死んじまったら墓石しか手に入らんのだから。
Yeah. So this also they screw it up, right? It's Ah, God, how would I want to translate this? It's like, you know, if you die, all you're gonna have is like... Yeah, all you're gonna have is gonna be your name on a fucking tombstone, right? That's all you'll have.
そういや、お前さん、ウルダ派は初めてかい？
Yeah. Brawler would be fine.
おや、初めてかい。それなら、旅慣れた、この俺が、一つ解説してやろうじゃないか。ウルダ派は、エオルゼア随一の物流量を誇る交易都市国家だ。
Yeah, it's an economic
ここは
powerhouse.
王家に忠誠を誓う王党派と商人による自治を望む共和派が長年激しく対立していてな。
Yup,
エオル
setting
ゼ
up
で
the
一番
difference
豊か
between
な
the
都市
crown
と
and the
言われる裏
merchants.
では、金が飛び交う権力争いが絶えないのさ。
Yeah, it's a everyday struggle for life and money,
そ
right?
れに、ウルダ派が敵対している蛮族、アマルジャ族の侵入も増えてきているらしい。
Yeah, and the Amalja are the threat of the Amalja is like attacks by the Amalja are on the rise. Seemingly.
戦となれば、あらゆる物資が高騰する。俺たち商人にとっちゃ天国ってもんだ。大きな声では言えないがな。
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when there's war, there's money. But you probably shouldn't say that out loud. And of course, I'm not giving full translations for a lot of these lines. That's just like basic meaning. If you're going to do a full translation, that would be, you know, a lot more in depth. I'm not going to do that for every single line because it would be here for literally years.
見ろ、あれが荒野のオアシス。金と軽はかりごとの渦巻く黄金の町。砂野とウルダ派だ。
Like in the event that I don't say much, the MTL might be rough, but it's not necessarily worth me going through line by line and showing where it's wrong on every point, right?
アルデナード小大陸の南端、荒野ザナラーン。
Zonoron.
砂の都と称されるウルダ派は、遠方からの大将たちが行き交う交易都市国家である。
God, I love this sort of voiceover. Yeah, they're just setting up what type of city Ulda is.
かつて鉱山都市として栄えたこの都市は、黄金都市と言われるほどの富で溢れている。
Yeah, since the places, you know, there's all abundant chances to make your riches.
宝石のごとき豪奢な都市に、今一人の冒険者が訪れようとしている。
Yeah, and you know now begins the tale of the adventurer coming to
己の運命を知らぬ者。
one who does not yet know their own destiny. Yeah, it's not Thanalan, it's Zonolan.
さ
Zonolan.
て、
But
お
okay,
前さん、ここでお別れだ。
so here's the thing. Katakana is bullshit. Katakana is bullshit. Katakana is impossible. You really... It's very, 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 very difficult to know what the fuck a native Japanese speaker means by something in katakana. Because there just isn't a appropriate sound in Japanese for a lot of the things that they're trying to do. Right? It's a best approximation. Right? Like, my name is Daniel. The way that you say my name in Japanese is Danieru. Because there isn't a yol sound in Japanese. Like, my name doesn't have a ru in it. But it's just that's just how the language goes. So, Zonoron is... Like, Zonoron to Thanalan is... It's no hyphen. It's just Danieru. And you wrote De Nieru.
旅商は町から町へってな。
Yeah.
国際市場に荷を下ろしたら、また次の町だ。
Yeah. He's gonna head off to the next town.
これを受け取ってくれ。世話になった礼と、餞別だ。
Yep.
そういや、お前さんの名前を聞いてなかったな。まあ、いいさ。
He's just like, yeah, oh well.
お前さんと出会ったことが俺の自慢になるように立派な冒険者になっておくれよ。
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, you know, go make a name for yourself, and then I can say that I met you. Right?
神々に愛されし地、エオルゼアの歴史に名を残す者。この冒険者の長き旅は、砂の都、ウルダ派から始まる。
I'm gonna give one counter. Okay, we need a counter. We need a counter. Where's the counter? Because technically, I mean, actually no, I'm not gonna count that one yet. That one doesn't count yet. Please let me change the text box size though. Game. Please, for the love of God.
よう、そこの冒険者。
Adventurer out there, he's like, hey, you. Adventurer. This fucking guy.
そう、あんただ。やっぱり冒険者か。
Like, yeah, you're an adventurer, right?
ははは、どうした、キョロキョロして。着いたばかりの冒険者って感じだな。
Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely what it said. Yeah, it's like yeah, you can tell, right? That you're a newbie adventurer.
俺は情報屋のワイモンドってんだ。
Ooh,
よかっ
fuck.
たら、ウルダハを案内してやろうか。
There we go. I just had to fix it. Yeah, he's like a guide. I can show you around.
何？案内料は、つけといてあるさ。大物になったら、俺を、情報屋として使ってくれりゃいい。さあ、こっちへ来な。
Yeah. Yeah, the OCR fucks up. Uradaha.
ゲームの基本的なチュートリアルを開始します。ゲームの操作モードをまずは操作に慣れたら
Okay. Yes, fuck off. Okay. Oh wait, shit,
おいおい、まったく、し
God
ょう
damn
が
it.
ねえな。お前が冒険者としてこれからしなきゃいけねえことを教えてやるよ。
Yeah. Whatever. This is it's fine.
まずは
I need to talk to somebody else so I
クイックサ
can
ンドに組ん
boost
だ
the
あそこ
size.
にゃ冒険者ギルドの
Quick
窓口があって
sandwich! Yes!
冒険
This
者と
is
して
my
身を
favorite
立て
thing
る
that
って
the
なら
OCR
ま
fucks
ずは
up.
登録だ。
Allow me to explain. This is my favorite thing. So, Japan's level of knowledge of English is very low. And this occasionally leads to very funny things. So, one thing is that Japan does a thing where they've got a whole system for making abbreviations for things, like shortening things into little shortened phrases, right? Like personal computer being pasokon, right? Family computer famikon. You kind of take, the first bit of the two words and you slap them together. And so, or you just take like the first part of a word and you just use those like first two syllables. And so, the shortened version of sandoichi is sando. And in Japanese, that sounds fine. Sando. Yeah, it's like, bata sando. The problem is that if they then take sando and write it out in English again, it comes out as sand. And so, I have seen in, train stations, places advertising hot butter sand in English writing. Oh boy, I sure would like to eat some hot butter sand. So what D-Bell is seeing here is they see Quiku Sando, and they see, oh, Sando means sandwich. And it isn't recognizing it as a proper noun. Yeah, you just go over to the quicksand, register as an adventurer.
クイックサンドは、すぐ目の前の階段を登った扉の奥だ。お神の、桃木に声をかけな。
Yeah, proprietress is
頑張
totally
れよ
fine.
新米。冒険者として身を立ててがっぽり儲かったら情報屋の俺にもおこぼれを頂戴させてくれよな。
Yeah. No, it's not actually wordplay. It's supposed to be quicksand, as in
クエストを開
quicksand.
始しました。目的リストを頼りに。
Like, they actually go on and explain that, you know, the reason why it's called the Quicksand. Yes, text box. Thank you. I was going to do it, but yes.
ウルダハは広いからな。
Let me just make sure that this is large enough. Yeah, can I go up one tick? No, that should be good. Let's check though. If I go up to 140, that's too big. 120 is fine. There we go. And now I've got it set up. It is a meaty text box. But yeah, let's test it out.
身長を考えているの。ウルダハには錬金術師ギルドがあるから特殊な杖を作ってもらうこともできるのよ。
Yeah. So it actually, yeah, it does a pretty decent job. Yeah, it's like there's a, you know, there's a magic. How does it know to use a female voice here? I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna be real. There was a box that I ticked that said separate genders, and it just does it. I don't know. Magic, I'm assuming. So.
いらっしゃい。クイックサンドにようこそ。あら、あなた、初めてのお客さんかしら？他にのモモディさんなら、奥のカウンターにいるわよ。
Papasu. No, the TTL is not directly hooked into Mort.
ウルダハに酒場はいくらでもあるんだけど、ついついクイックサンドに寄っちゃうんだよな。モモディさんの横顔を見ながら飲む酒は不思議と美味しく感じるんだ。
Yeah, and this is another instance of like slightly backward stuff, where it's the alcohol that, you know, I drink while looking over at the side profile of Momodi there always seems to taste just a little bit better. Memenaru Momodi Papasu. I like the naming convention. Haha. I will not explain the TTS. Please understand. So, here's probably the first instance where I'm gonna also go back and reference some of the English stuff, because this is totally fucked in the English. I'm gonna keep it short. I'm not gonna go into a whole rant again, but this one is really fucked.
あなたは冒険者として登録に来たのね。ウルダハを訪れてくれて嬉しいわ。
Yeah. Urioba. Urioba. It has no idea how to read katakana. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna have to...
私はモモディ。ここ、クイックサンドの女将よ。
Yup. Of quicksand. Not quick sandwiches. It's quicksand. Just saying, you know, like, oh, glad to meet you. Happy to have you in our city.
ここには冒険者ギルドの窓口があってね。ウルダハを訪れる冒険者の面倒を見ることが多いの。
And not they, it's we. Yeah, this is the entry point for the Adventurers Guild. You know, we're the jumping off point. We take care of adventurers who are, you know, visiting Olda.
そうね。ちょっとした顔役とでも思ってくれるといいわ。
So, yeah, public face, it's like the term here that she uses is more like big shot or like important figure, pretty much. In the English, I think she just says straight up that she runs the Adventurers Guild, where she's being more roundabout here. In the Japanese.
ここウルダハは蛮族であるアマルジャ族との争いが絶えなくてね。
Yeah, like, she's basically just saying, like, you should get used to seeing me. Like, I'm well known in the area.
おまけに最近では、北方の大国、ガレマール帝国も何やら
ガレマール帝国。 yeah, has been doing something. Like there's talks, you know, there's like rumors, or you know, it appears as though the Garemaru Empire is up to something, right?
平和そうに見える、この町だけど、皆、何らかの不安の種を持ったまま日々を過ごしているの。0歳の後遺症も、その一つ。
Yeah, the seven spiritual disaster thing that she's talking about is the intro cutscene. The big ass, you know, the fucking big ass disaster, right? Like, the city seems peaceful on the surface, but, you know, everybody is on edge. You know, the effects of the seven spiritual, like the spiritual disaster being one of those reasons.
5年前の第7零祭で、エオルゼアは甚大な被害を受けたわ。
Yeah, it's just Eorzea. Yeah, 5 years ago we had the Dainana Reisai.
月の衛星
Seven Spirit-
ダラガブから現れた
ダラガブ
が壊滅的な被害をもたらしたのよ。
Yeah, so from the moon Daragab, a dragon descended and caused havoc, right? Like devastation. So I saw somebody saying like, actually the Japanese sometimes has typos as well. Because actually here, let me just double check all of those terms, just to make sure I'm not saying crazy shit. Yeah, spiritual disaster is umbral calamity. They just call it the spiritual disaster. Yeah, so from the moon's satellite, Daragab. Yeah, I would put this as like, you know, from the a great dragon descended from the, you know, from Dalagab. Like, the moon's satellite is weird, right? It's a weird way of wording it. But yeah, I did see somebody saying something like, you know, oh, the Japanese has typos. You know, like they accidentally wrote Dalamud as Dalagab in the Japanese. It's like, from where I'm sitting, I'm looking at the katakana there. That looks like it says Daragab. Daragab. Not Daramudo.
ザナラーンでもかなりの被害が出たんだけど、なぜか皆、そのあたりの記憶が曖昧でね。未だに原因もよくわかっていないの。
Yeah. So, this is them directly referencing the end of 1.0. They're saying, like, we don't really remember what happened back in 1.0. Right, and then that leads into
あの
this.
時、一体何が起こったのか。証言も一致しないし、記憶も不確か。これが、皆が感じる第7零歳の後遺症ってわけ。
Yeah. So, like, she's talking about how the effects of this disaster are that, you know, people can't really, people's memories and understandings of the situation, what happened, all of that is fuzzy. Nothing adds up. Which is also kind of a way of them saying, like, hey, we're not gonna follow any of we're not gonna necessarily follow the plot threads that were in 1.0. We're doing something different. 1.0 sucked. Bear with us.
そんな曖昧な記憶の中で、一つだけ確かなことがあるの。エオルゼアの危機を救うために戦ってくれた英雄たちがいたことよ。
So, yeah, in the midst of such uncertainty, one thing remains clear. right? Eorzea had heroes who fought to protect it. And this is where they get into, like, just directly being really fucking nice to the people who played 1.0. This is them just straight up saying, like, thank you so much for putting up with us. Like, all of you people who played 1.0, stuck around to the end, thank you. Right? They're directly saying that.
彼らが成し遂げたことを私たちは忘れていない。だけど、後遺症の影響か、その名を呼ぼうとすると、火に焼けた書物のごとく読み上げられず。
So, this line is so hilariously fucked. So absolutely fucked in the English that I have to bring it up. So, this line in the English I would probably flip, right? Right? Like, I would translate this to something along the lines of, perhaps due to the after effects, their names have faded away. Sun-bleached from the pages of our minds. But we haven't forgotten who they were, and we haven't forgotten what they've done for us. That's the line here. It's very nice. Like, if I was one of the people who played 1.0 and I read this shit, I would fucking start crying. Because normally you don't get that sort of recognition as a player for a game like this. You don't normally get that sort of recognition. And them working the players, like they worked the players who stuck with the game directly into the lore. Right? They made them matter. They made them important. They made them central figures of the story. You know, all those people who stuck through with them, who believed in Yoshi P and the team when they said, like, hey, we're gonna come back and make something good here, please come back. Right? Like, hold on for a bit, but we're gonna come back with something good. Right? They rewarded those players by just making them, like, the center of the game. And this is the English that they go for with it. Whenever we try to call their faces to mind, it's like they're standing between us and the midday sun, permanently silhouetted. I'll bet that sounds poetic to you, doesn't it? Well, it's not. It's bloody infuriating. So, they have translated the first line. Right? They have translated it. They didn't bring up anything about the after effects. Like, this being caused by the calamity, or anything like that. Didn't bring up any of that. Didn't bring up them being unforgotten. Right? Like, you know, we can't quite remember their names or their faces, but we haven't forgotten them. And that's all gone. And then he just entirely undercuts it by saying, like, oh, bet you think that sounds nice. Yeah, like, this is an in-universe thank you for, you know, all your support. Like, the Japanese is... Yeah, they don't read them out as if they were books that had been burned in the sun. That doesn't work, right? Like, if you were going to go with a more quote-unquote literal translation, it would be something like, when we try and call those names to mind, like words on a book burned in the sun, we can't read them anymore. Right, that's like the worst literal translation. Right, but that's what they're saying, is that the names have faded away, like, you know, ink being bleached from a book left out in the sun. That's a really nice turn of phrase. Like, yeah, I think it sounds poetic, because it was supposed to sound poetic. It was supposed to sound nice. It's not like, yeah, bet you think that sounds poetic. Of course I do. That was the intent. It's really nice. So, like, taking... The reason why I don't want to have the English up for all of these lines is for shit like that. Right? It's all wrong. If you pull up any line, it's just gonna be wrong. So I would rather just have the nice text that is like, ooh, look at this, that's so nice, wow, thank you so much, Yoshi V and the writers, that means a lot to me. I didn't play 1.0, but it's, you know, you get the secondhand feeling of being cared about, right?
その顔を思い出そうとしても、強烈な日差しの中にある影のように見えない。
So what they did is they kind of like, he kind of wrapped this line back into the previous one, but that shortens it so much. Momodi is really going on about, you know, the Warriors of Light here, and this is the lead-in, this leads in, so it's, like, when we try and call their faces to mind, right, you know, we can't see them like a shadow just drenched in light. Like a shadow disappearing under the, you know, noon sun.
人々はこの光の中に佇む英雄を敬意を持って光の戦士たちと呼んでいるわ。
And as they are as they are obscured by the light, you know, standing in the light, we refer to them as warriors of light. This is just not in the English at all. Wouldn't this be the text box for the end line? No. The text box for the English line was the one back there. It was the one about, like, it was the one that I was showing. But also they just compressed, like, I'm pretty sure there's like 3 or 4 text boxes that are just missing. But, like, you can go back and check the English yourself if you want. I'm not going to do a running tally, but it's just not there. The heartfelt line is just not there. It's really insulting. And yeah, the whole thing about why they're called Warriors of Light.
あなたたち冒険者の力を必要としているの。ウルダ派に暮らす皆の不安を取り除くため、光の戦士たちのようになってくれることを期待してね。
Yeah, and we hope that, you know, you adventurers coming into Ul'dah will be like those Warriors of Light, right? That we respect so much and will help. Oh yeah, they just removed boxes.
ぜひ、あなたの力を貸してほしいの。その代わりと言ってはなんだけど、私たちは冒険者への協力は惜しまないわよ。
Yeah. So, but I mean, we already saw that with the thing from that Stormblood, cutscene, which I'm not going to directly reference because it would be spoilers for people who are watching the VOD. I'm going to try really hard to not spoil people on things. But, like, you know, that whole thing, there were just, you know, half of the dialogue was just not translated. It was just missing.
ありがとう。あなたならそう言ってくれると思ってたわ。
Yeah, so this is another one of those things that's pretty hard to translate. Like the phrase "anata nara," like if it's you, like I would go with this, like I had a feeling you would say that, right? Also, I'm cracking open a monster directly into the microphone. This is great for the
皆
vibe.
の不安が取り除かれる。それに人が動き、お金が動き、揉め事が起こる。
So this is where you go, hey, wait, hold up, what was that last one? You go, hey, wait a second, Momodi, what was that last one? Wanna run that by me one more time? Mimogoto is like literally like there'll be fights. Yeah. Like people will move, money will move, fights will break out. Right? There'll be trouble. Problems. It's like, hey, wait a second. Why are you saying that like that's a good thing?
結果、ウルダ派は大繁盛。このクイックサンドは大黒あざ。だからウルダ派はあなたたちみたいな風来坊も大歓迎。
風来坊. This line is so fucking good. So, it's like, because of that, Ul'dah is thriving. The quicksand is way in the black. So Ul'dah welcomes you wandering vagrants with open arms. The term Furaibo there is literally like fucking hobo. Like vagrant or vagrant. You know, wandering out of work. She just calls you a fucking homo straight to your face. Super chipper. You know, fucking homos like you are totally welcome in Ul'dah. We love it, you. We'd love to have you guys here.
あらやだ、ずいぶん前置きが長くなっちゃったわ。それじゃ、
Yeah, it's supposed to make you do a double take of like, hey, wait, what are you talking about? Hang on, I was on board with this at first, but what do you mean? You want to run that by me again? So also here, this line, the following line here is completely removed. All they have her say in English is like, just sign your name here, neat as you can. That's it. Keep that in mind, this next line is completely erased.
ここに、あなたの名前をサインしてくれる？あなたにお仕事を頼むときも、あなたのお墓を作るときも、名前がないと困るもの。
So, it's even funnier than the TL makes it seem. It's 名前がないと困るもの. It's literally like, if we didn't have your name, it would be a pain in the ass for us. It would be a real pain for us. And all they put in the English was, sign your name here, neat as you can. People constantly talk about, you know, punching up dialogue. You know, like, oh, they're taking, like, bland Japanese and making it more flavorful. But people never check the lines that seem boring in English, but are actually hilarious or, like, really flavorful in Japanese. Like, that's the only reason people think that way, is because they don't check for the times when this happens. Because how would you do that? If you weren't playing the game in Japanese, how would you know? Right? But this is like, this is Lalafell. Right? Look at her fucking face, too. Like, could you sign your name for us right here? You know, for things like sending you out on jobs or knowing what to write on your tombstone, you know, like knowing what to write on your grave. If we didn't have your name, it would be a real pain for us. Right? It would be annoying. I would honestly go with, like, it would be annoying. Yeah, it's like, well, it's just like she goes in later, she follows up with this afterwards of like, you know, Ul'dah and Lalafell in general are cutthroat, right? They're just absolute little bastards. And the whole joke's around it, like, that's why the male Lalafell have, like, super deep voices and shit like that, like the villainous ones and things, like, are just, like, you know, super masculine. Is because that's the bit, is that they're, you know, these little tiny, little gnome people, but they're actually just, like, super fucking savage, cutthroat, will stab you for loose change. You gotta watch your back around them. You're like, shrewd business people. Yeah, Totoro is shown as, like, hyper competent. But okay, I'm gonna try and not. God, it's gonna be hard for me to not end up spoiling it. Very nice name, yes. Thank you.
よし、あなたは今から冒険者ギルドの一員よ。改めてよろしく頼むわね。
謝るよ。金は今度返す。だから今日は見逃してくれ。
Okay, here's another one. Here's another one. In the English here, he talks about the 12. In the English here, he says, like, 12, like, by the 12, forgive me. Notice how he doesn't mention the 12. Nobody mentions the 12. They don't ever fucking mention the 12. It's bullshit. Pretty much, anytime you see the 12 mentioned, anytime you see somebody say, by the gods, anytime you see somebody say, Thal's balls, anytime you see somebody say, 12 protect you, 99 out of 100 times it is not there in the Japanese. It's just bullshit. It is just bullshit. Koji got to name the 12, and so he went, ooh, they let me name the 12, so they must be super important. I'm gonna make them super important in the English. But they're not.
貧餓死の国のことわざを知ってるか？
貧餓死。
社会の神も3度までは慈悲をかけるってな。
So, this is another one. This is one... the 12 thing is literally just, like, Koji got to name the 12, and so he wants to reframe things to be about the stuff that he had a part in, right? That's the only conclusion I can come to, is that they let him name the 12, and so then he started thinking about all the lore, and like, ooh, and Halone is like this, and Thal is like this, and blah, 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 blah. And the Japanese writers were like, cool, you got us the names of those, like, minor deity things that we're using for flavor text? Cool, thanks. Okay, so let's go back to, you know, talking about the real story, and then Koji is just here and like, 12 for Fen, Thal's balls, by the 12! Right? And he's just jamming as much of that into the English script as he can because he's so proud of he got to name the characters and they're in a Final Fantasy game. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. Because they just don't show up. They just do not show up in this shit, man. And, okay, so this line I actually want to talk about because this is another great chance for good localization. This guy is making a direct reference to a Japanese saying that, you know, the Buddha will forgive up to 3 times, right? It's a whole set phrase of like, you know, don't push your fucking luck, 3 strikes you're out, sort of thing. But it's a slightly esoteric version of that sort of saying, right? And here he's kind of flipped it, right? The regular saying in Japanese is that, you know, even the Buddha, even like, you know, pure peace, right, will get really pissed off if you cross him 3 times, right? But here they're doing the opposite of saying like even a vengeful god will give you 3 chances, right? Even a god of destruction will give you 3 chances. And this is a great opportunity. This would be a great opportunity to go for, like, you could ball out with a sick-ass localization here. Because what you should do here is make an equivalent esoteric as fuck saying, right? Like, and you could workshop it, and you would definitely have to get approval, but the point here is that this in Japanese reads like a direct reference to a saying that is known. So the English version should also read like a direct reference to a saying that is known. Like, honestly, I would probably go with something along the lines of like, you know, like that, God, was it from like Romans or something? You know, like how many times should I forgive my brother from the Bible? You know, like 70 and 7 more, something along those lines, right? Like you can do something like that, right? Or like a turn the other cheek reference, because this is an explicit like pseudo-religious reference, and you would flip that and turn it around and get a cool saying that would fit the setting and evoke this sort of emotion. And in the English, they just don't do that. He just says like like merciful God will get mad 4 times or some bullshit like that. It's really inelegant. Like, no, the numbers do matter, so you would have to, like, you have to make it make sense. But basically what I'm saying is this was an opportunity for them to actually go for something. Like, this is a perfect opportunity to actually go for something, to actually have a, like, this is your opportunity to ball out as a translator, to really flex. And they just don't. Like, and also they fuck it up. What do they do instead? I'm trying to find it. I was trying to find it. I don't have it on me right now. Fuck. Basically, they just do like a weird transliteration of this saying, which doesn't really make sense because it's not a saying in English. And also, the next line is,
だが残念、これでお前は4回目だ、連れて行け。
he says, sorry, this was the 4th time. Right? This line I do have the actual English for, and it's wrong. This line is, "Be grateful you were given a fourth chance to offend," which doesn't make sense. It's just that's not what they said. He said, "You get 3. This is number 4. Luck's run out, buddy."
ひい。
あらあら、また揉め事があったみたいね。でも、ここじゃ日常茶飯事なの。ウルダ派で
Gets
頑張
mad
る
if
な
you
ら、
slight
ああい
him
う
3
風になっ
times.
ちゃ
Be
ダメ
grateful you
よ。
were given a fourth chance to offend. But like that's why I don't buy the excuse of being like, "Oh, we need people with creative writing skills," because that was the chance to use those creative writing skills. There's your chance right there. And they totally fumble it. Like it got handed to you on a silver fucking platter of, here you go, here's a line that you can really do whatever with, because like you can really be creative with, and then they just do nothing instead. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, you're gonna work hard and not end up like that, right?
あなたも頑張ってね。何かあれば相談に乗るわよ。
Okay, here's another one that is completely fucked. So she says, "I'm here for you if you need anything." Right? Let me pull this up because I didn't have this one up. Okay. If you ever need...
でも、人生相談はお断り。恋愛相談なら考えてあげてもいいわ。うふふ。
Yeah. If you ever need a bit of advice about one thing or another, pay me a visit. Just don't go bothering me every time you stub your bloody toe, alright? What she says is, you can come ask me anything. I'll pass on giving you life advice, but if it's, if it's some, like, fun... If it's a love story, I might, hear you out. Haha. You would probably get somebody on the team who was a woman to translate that into a natural-sounding feminine turn of phrase. But, she's being playful here, right? She's being fun with it. She's like, I'm not gonna give you... Like, don't come... Like, don't use me as, like, your life coach, but... Like, if you got any fun love stories, I'll hear you out. Haha. It's, like, weirdly antagonistic in the English here. Yeah, it's cutesy, it's fun. And here we go. Here's this line. When she says, if you want to talk about love, I'll think about it. What they changed that to is, I do enjoy hearing a lady muse on the many manhoods of her acquaintance from time to time. So, either, Koji, you're using the term manhood wrong, and you thought that it meant, like, lovers, or you are explicitly referring to dicks. So either he's stupid, or just, like, disgustingly immature. Like, fucking middle schooler. Remember, if the Japanese is boring. Remember, the Japanese is boring, and you need somebody to translate it to make it more elegant for you. To make it more, intellectual. Like, he had so much depth to the dialogue by changing a fun line about, the little dichotomy there where she's like, being really harsh and then really nice and then really harsh and then really nice, to then just being like, boy, howdy, I love dicks. And, yeah, apparently he does this a lot, like with, like sexualizing Lalafell in weird ways. Weird, huh? I'm not actually saying that, I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's a dickhead move, but, like, when people talk about, like, oh, Tataru's sleeping around in places, God, I need to stop talking about characters that haven't shown up, but when people talk about stuff like that, it's just not there in the Japanese, man. It's just not. This is an entirely innocent conversation.
ようこそ、ウルダ派へ。私たちは、あなたのような冒険者を歓迎するわ。活躍を期待してるわよ。
Why would they soften her previous lines and add this? Who fucking knows, man? I think it's just like literally the translation team is really immature. Like they just have middle schooler sense of humor. Especially considering that he, you know, thaws balls and all of that shit.
Go enjoy
your adventure in Eorzea. Okay, Mode sends you on. Yeah, it's the delivery at the station. Yeah, it's not quite, yeah, you have to... I don't know if I should just skip to that, because this is kind of just like literal game tutorial that doesn't really have anything going on. Yeah, there's the Swordsman Guild, it's not called Gladiators. So what I'll do actually though... Okay, this line is actually, this line is actually also fucked up in the English. The market line, me and Tack checked this one, they actually just have a factual mistake. Right, she's talking about like there's a big ass market, blah blah blah. And she does also like set up... Yeah, お金がすべて。どんなものだって手に入れる。Like, どのも手に入る。Yeah, so it's like if you got money, you can get anything in Ul'dah. Right? This is downplayed in English like crazy. She pretty much goes on and sets up Ul'dah as like the fucking wire.
必死になってるの。そのためには他人を騙すことも何とも思わない。街中にはそんな心ない人たちがたくさんいるわ。心ない人たち。Yeah, it's like you gotta fucking watch yourself in Ul'dah. This is super downplayed. This is super downplayed in the English. あなたのようなおのぼりさんが買い物したら、
Yeah, upscale shopper is wrong.
ふっかけられて騙されちゃうわよ。
Basically, the line is like, if somebody, like an out-of-towner, you know, like a country bumpkin like you, Onobori-san is... Onobori-san is, like, really kind of... Again, with her, like, you know, calling you, like, it's, you know, like, the term is, like, somebody from out of town, like, somebody from the country visiting the big city, right? So this is like, her calling you this to your face is another one of those, hey, wait a second. But it comes across as endearing, because it's like the audacity of this bitch. Like, she literally just says, あなたのようなおのぼりさん. Like, if like a country, if like a hick like you goes shopping, you're gonna get ripped off. Which is very funny.
この新人冒険者の紹介状を市場の顔役でもあるセセロがという
Yeah, it's like she's got your back, but like she's called you a hobo, like a country bumpkin, like a hick.
以上がウルダ派の主な施設。合計3つ。他にもいろいろな施設。最後にお姉さんから新人くんにアドバイスを少しだけ。さっきも言ったけど、このウルダ派はお金がすべて、老若男女問わず誰もが一攫千金を狙って争っている。
Yeah, everybody is fighting tooth and nail to get rich. No, I don't have a problem with reptiles. It really is on some, like, it is on some Daggett shit.
言い換えると、この都市にはたくさんのチャンスが隠れているってことよ。
Yeah, there's... Right, like, this is the bit where she's establishing what Ul'dah is like. She's saying this place is cutthroat, money is everything, everybody is fighting tooth and nail to get their piece. But, you know, the opposite side of that is there's always something you can do to, you know, to make your mark in the city. Like, she's saying, yeah, it's, you know, it's dangerous, there's, you know, it's cutthroat, but there's a lot of opportunity here.
だからあなたも困っている人がいたら積極的に
Like,
声を
she's
かけ
just,
てみて。
in, you know, game mechanics, she's saying, hey, check people with
思わぬ
quests.
チャンスを
But
つかめるかもよ。
But, you know, she's also saying, like, hey, you know, help people out and you might get something back for it. Which, you know,
それから
is also setting up Lalafell as,
冒
like,
険者指導教官からも
what's in it for
きっと
me?
いい助言が受けられるはずだから利用することね。
I'm not talking to that guy. Don't look at me. Look at that dude. Like, oh my, I fucking love Lalafell. This dude is... The dude over here, just, you know, like, talking about drinking. He's got, like, some food and stuff, and he's just swinging his legs. He's having a great time. Look at him go. He's having a great old time. So I think pretty much if I do this, these don't really have anything important to them, I think. I'm pretty sure it's fine for me to swap character back to my main and do the actual main quest. There might be there's a little bit of dialogue and stuff in these intro quest things, but it's pretty much just like, hey, here's the game mechanics. So, I will log out, and then just log back in on the main. But yeah, like, I pretty much when I played the game the first time, I had like zero impression from Momode in English, right? Like, you just kind of like, she's boring. In English, she's boring is the thing. But in the Japanese, it's hilarious. Like, it's super flavorful. She's really endearing. Because it's this great mix of just like genuinely helpful, really nice, but then just casually harsh. Right? Just like, bro, what do you mean, hobo? Like, come on. Seokten, new game. So, the way that this works... Oop. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's... The way that this works is that you can basically play through the entire game with a separate save file. I'm in a bit of a bind where I need to, in order to do New Game Plus up to where I stopped playing 3 years ago, I actually need to play through all of Stormblood off stream. All of it. But I'm just going to be skipping all of the dialogue and everything and not paying attention so that I don't spoil myself on what actually happens. Yeah, Momori is there. I need to get this OCR window out of my face. Yeah, it's... Well, it's less like... It's not like why off stream, because it would be completely different. Like, I don't want to do... I want the stream to just be all the way through the MSQ, not bouncing back and forth, right? Basically, because of the way that the New Game Plus system works, if I just did New Game Plus right now, there would be a weird gap between the end of Heaven's Ward and the start of Stormblood, where there would just be a bunch of missing dialogue, and we would just kind of jump forward like 5 cutscenes, and so things wouldn't make sense. So in order to... But the only way to unlock New Game Plus for an expansion is to do the whole expansion. So I need to finish the whole expansion so that I can play the game on stream seamlessly. Here, the white box is... Occasionally getting an incorrect OCR is less annoying than having the gigantic white box. Yup.
どう？ウルダハの街には慣れた？いろいろな場所を回って土地勘はつかめたかしら。
Let me just check the OCR image and make sure it's doing everything right. Perfect. Yeah, it's... Yeah, basically I'm not actually halfway, I'm barely into it. Because after the cutscene that I went over at the start of stream, I was just so fucking tilted while playing the game. Because, like, pretty much my experience was, anytime there was a voiced cutscene, the things that I was hearing and the things I was reading are completely different, right? They're just utterly wrong. To the point of being literal opposites. And then the voiced cutscene would end, and I would have unvoiced English quest text, and I'd just go, oh, none of this is real. Like, I have no idea what these characters are actually saying. I have no idea what the story of the game actually is. And I didn't have access to a good OCR, and as we discussed previously, playing the game fully in Japanese, trying to read all of these kanji is difficult for a native speaker. So, without the TTS specifically, this would be pretty much fucking impossible. I'm not gonna even attempt to front and say that I could sit here and read all of this.
慣れたのなら、そろそろ街の外に出てみてはどう？都市内とは比べ物にならないくらい、ザナラーンは広く、様々な冒険があなたを待っているわ。
Yeah, like untold adventures await.
ウルダハ奏者子にパパシャンさんっていう古い知り合いがいるの。彼なら
Papa-shan. Yeah, it really doesn't like katakana. He has no idea how to do katakana.
ウルダハ奏者子は中央ザナラーンにあるわ。このクイックサンドからすぐ目の前にあるナル大門を通って郊外に出て東に行けばすぐよ。
Yup.
外には
Just
がい
directions.
っぱいよ。それほど強くはないけど襲ってくる魔物もいるわ。装備を
Mamono.
整えていってらっしゃい。
Mamono. Like, yeah, that's just like, you know, like evil beings, right? Would Final Fantasy XIV be harder to read in Japanese than Souls games? Immensely. It is... Final Fantasy XIV kind of stands alone in terms of difficulty of kanji. Like, literally, it's... native Japanese speakers get brickwalled by it. Yeah, it's definitely like Bakemonogatari levels. It's... Yeah, I mean, just having it be monsters is fine. No, yeah, it's like... doing monsters is fine. I was just thinking, like... it's not that hard if you look up stuff. Yeah, but you're... okay, but the thing is, Dag, you have a much higher tolerance, from what I've seen. You have a much higher tolerance for sitting down with a line and just going through every single kanji. Right? Me and Michael are, it's a lot of effort. Like, I would say you might be kind of selling yourself short a bit, because it is a lot of effort to do that. Just gonna have the event viewer up. So, now we're in the actual game. And the whole reason why I'm doing this instead of just playing on a new character is because, holy shit, I am not unlocking flying again. Literally, that's it. It is... playing the game is so much faster when you have a leveled class and a mount. Like... why am I on a dragon? I didn't set this as a favorite for the mount roulette, god damn it. But yeah, you could just kind of fly around. It's great. Look at that.
桃利殿の紹介で私から仕事をもらいに来たですと
Yeah, so again, you're... oh, so you were saying you, like, you met Molly and she says, I might have a job for you. Okay.
いかにも私がパパちゃんこのウルダハ奏者子の所長をしておるものです
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, really, it just doesn't like katakana. It doesn't like katakana. It can't read it.
何所長といっても名ばかりの名誉職老後の余生をのんびりと過ごしておるだけですわい
Yeah, this, like... yeah, he's just, you know, he's just vibing.
5年前の第7例祭を境にこの辺りも随分様変わりしましてな
So he, yeah.
0歳によって被害を被った故郷を復興するため、民という民が力の限り力を合わせて働いた。その結果が今あるウルダ派の立派な異様なのです。
Yeah, so he's just saying, like, you know, everybody managed to band together after the disaster, and the result is the, you know, magnificent Uldaha you see, you see before you today. Yeah, the thing is that if you look at the OCR readout up here, it's just reading them wrong. Like, it's just not reading them correctly. If you threw the corrected text into DeepL, it would get a much better readout, but it's just because it's reading it. But I'm not paying much attention to this. I'm more just listening. So on that note, please tell me if there's a line that I kind of breeze over that doesn't make much sense to you. And we can, go back and check it out. But yeah, basically the line here is just like everybody banded together after the disaster, and the result of everybody's collaboration to restore their to restore their homeland is the magnificent, like the old you see before you today. Right? He's singing their praises.
その一つ、民の必死の努力が結実したものですな。
Yeah. Like, the heartfelt, like the resolve of the people. And also, again, bro, this is 5 seconds into the game. And people are like, actually, they speak like that because it's a medieval fantasy game. If you have problems with the way that people speak in the localization, I'm sure you would lose your mind. You would have a heart attack if you ever tried to read Shakespeare. There is a goddamn railroad track here. This is a fucking railroad. I don't think they had railroads in medieval Europe. I don't think they had trains. I don't think King Arthur went down. Like, I don't think they had a commuter pass for the fucking Knights of the Round Table.
しかし、第7零歳の傷は癒えきってはおりませぬ。手の行き届かぬ場所、手を入れねばならぬ場所は、まだまだ、たくさんあるのです。
Yeah, there's places that haven't been worked on and places that need some
オレオ・
work.
マクフラリー殿、冒険者たるあなたには、その手助けをしていただきたい。とはいえ、はて、急ぎの仕事などありましたかの。
So this one is fun because, it's not really like, however, it's like, I mean, I said that, but there really isn't anything important for you to do right now. Like, とはいえ is like, it's like, I mean, I said all of that, but there's really not anything for you to do.
せっかく来ていただいたのです。何かお願いできることがあれば良いのですが。と、そうでした。実は今日、この
Like, I mean, you came all this way, so I mean, like, give you something to do. This is very much MMO, we are padding for time.
そこでですな、この上等なプレッツェルを衛兵さん方へ差し入れてきていただきたいのです。
These pretzels
私は
are
今から
making me
大事な
thirsty.
のがありましてな。
It's like, yeah, I know it's hot, it's super hot, and they're working out in the sun. But so this is a thing that shows up with ARR, and it's why people really kind of don't like A Realm Reborn a lot, is that they were stalling for time. 2.0 coming out, they had no money, and so they really kind of needed to just give people something to play to buy time for their whole, grand MMO plan, right? And so a lot of these early quests and a lot of the early storylines are...
何者だ?
Yeah. Bro, I'm not suspicious. Have a pretzel.
すみません。つい気を張ってしまいました。差し入れですか。助かります。
He's like, oh shit, sorry.
3点にお伝えください。見渡す限り怪しいものは特におりません。そういえばさっき小柄な女の子がカズと南の方に走っていきましたが。
There was a little girl running, okay, to the south. So he did see a kid run around to the south here, apparently. The Goobu. Fucking love these guys. Look at this dude. But yeah, like there's fucking street lights, like lanterns, cast iron. Right? Like you look at this, right? You just look generally at this scene right here. Nobody would say medieval. Right? Like it's just
右用
not.
紙、左用紙、異常な足。
Left clear, right clear, all clear.
ややや、なんと、パパシャンデンからの差し入れですって。感激です。ありがとうございます。
Voshkamp. It has no idea how to do Papashan's name. Nanto? And, I mean, this is fun. Like, this guy is being, like, really over the top, right? He's like, left clear, right clear, all clear. Ho! A pretzel! Fuck yeah! Right? Like, he's being way over the top.
戦はでき
Way
ま
over
せ
the
んから
top.
ね。まあ、別に戦はしないですけど。
He's being overly serious and overly, like, militaristic and all of that. It's very fun. Can't fight a war on an empty stomach. Not that we're really fighting a war anyway. Yeah, I'm not really paying much attention to that. As long as I get the meaning, like that's the thing is that the TTS is not gonna get the readings right all the time. But
あ、暑い。でもこれもニウム。頑張ります。
it's too hot.
おう、差し入れとはかたじけな
What
い。
is this Star Wars glider car? Final Fantasy 15 car.
我らは人呼んで銀兜団。王家を守るこの衛兵
Yeah,
なのです。
like they put the furigana here so you know how to read it, and the TTS doesn't know how to read it. So hold on. Oh, the roll guard. Okay. Yay. Fun times. I've just got like mount rotation on.
マクフラリー殿。衛兵さん方の様子はいかがでしたか？何か目撃情報などありませなんだか？あ、いや、申し訳ありませぬ。つい取り乱してしまいまして。ともかく、ご苦労様でございました。殺傷ながら、こちらはお礼です。と、
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, basically they're just kind of sending you out on nonsense.
マクフラリー殿。お主を信用できる冒険者と見込んで、折り入って、お願いがあるのです。
This definitely is giving the vibe of they're just kind of giving you stuff to do because they don't know what to do with you. Which also fits into the the whole thing with 2.0 where it's like we're really trying to buy time.
急を要することなのです。どうか、話だけでも聞いてもらえんだろうか。
Ooh, it's urgent.
助かりますぞ。早速、話を聞いていただきたい。
Yeah, no, it's not. We want to hear from you ASAP. It's, oh, thank you so much. You gotta, listen up.
先ほど、防火のリリラお嬢様というお方がいらして、この辺りをうろうろふらふらしていられたのですが。
Uroro fura fura. Yeah, okay. Here's another concept is Japanese uses a shit ton of onomatopoeia. And I'm kind of surprised that that Mort actually got that right. It's just kind of like meandering, right? They use a ton of onomatopoeia for shit that, like, English uses regular ass words for. Like, uroro fura fura. Like, and it's Didial Joel-sama, which is, like a noble lady, like, the turn of phrase there is respectful, so clearly she's like important, like, somebody important's daughter.
実は、私がちょっと目を離した隙に、行方がわからなくなってしまわれましたな。
So, okay, this is actually really fun. So in Japanese, when you for certain words where you've got like this doubled up like vowel, like consonant sound. Like chotto. It's not chotto, it's chotto. Right? You've got one of these little tiny t's there to indicate that. But he's got a shit ton of them in between this. So it's very clear like chotto. Just like just a second, right? I just looked away. And I lost it.
リリラお嬢様に万が一があれば、私のようなものの首は100回飛んでも許されぬこと。いやいや、万が一もあってはならんことなのです。
Yeah. It also doesn't know what to do with this. It's like if I let somebody like Lilia, you know, get hurt, like they could cut off my head, like, or like, no, it's Kubi, like I'll get fired 100 times. No, it's Kubi Tonde. Like, yeah, no, they would cut my fucking head off. Like, they would kill me 1,000 times over. It is actually cut head off. I had a moment there where I was about to say, like, cut the head off, and I was like, oh wait, Kubi can mean fire, and then I reread it again, and it's like, no, that I was right the first time. Oh yeah, they had, like, no time for ARR. But yeah, he's saying, like, this person is very important, and if anything happens to them, they will kill me 1,000 times over.
すでに何人かの冒険者に捜索依頼を出し発したものの、落ち着いて待っておれんのですわい。
He's like, I sent some people out, but, you know,
マクフ
I
ライ
don't
ド
like
の
this.
お主もリリラお嬢様の捜索にご助力を願えんだろうか。
Like, please help, please help. I don't wanna get, you know, fucking executed for
ありが
this.
たい、恩に来ますぞ。何としてでも、リリラお嬢様を見つけ出してくだされ。ここから、東南の笹岩大王子の方面は、まだ誰も向かわせておりませぬ。マクフラリードの
I don't know what
そ
any
の
of
あ
these
たりを
names
中
are from
心
the
に捜
English.
索をお願いいたしますぞ。
Yeah, okay, go off to the south and try and look around for her. Wonderful. I wonder if I'll just get in my flying car. Right there. This would have taken like a minute and a half. It would have been like a minute and a half run to get here without a mount. Straight up, fuck that shit. Sasagan-sama. Oh yeah. It's like the
これ
tree.
より、インスタンスバトルが開始されます。インスタンスバトルとは、特別なこれから表示される、ハウトをよく読んでから、インスタンスバトルに。
Okay, yeah. Very easy. I do not care.
ササガン様、申し訳ありません。私の不徳で大切なものを奪われてしまいました。
Yeah, no, I don't like that. Sasagan? Are they? Maybe. This is more like unworthiness, right? Like it is like lack of virtue. It's not moral. That something was stolen. Something was stolen away. Because of her. It was her fault that something was stolen. Right? Is what she's saying. Let me look it up, because I don't actually know. Sasagon is the tree, it's not a 12. We're not doing the counter! I was about to increment the counter. But yeah, no, it's the fucking tree. It's not one of the 12, huh? So 12 count is still at 0. Wait, is that accurate? Is the 12 count still at 0? It's still at fucking 0, isn't it? Let's increment this back down to 0. Wasn't it 1? I think we gave it 1. Okay, we can go back. We'll give them 1 as a freebie. Yeah, no, yeah. They don't mention any of them by name. They just say like gods, right? They said Kamigami. So they didn't really mention any of them by names. But, you know, we'll give them 1. Everybody gets 1. Dareja! Yeah, he keeps reading Dare as bird. Just who's that? No, they didn't say immortal, it said immoral, but it's really more like what she said is like because of me something very like something precious was stolen. Oh hey, it's Thancred. God, Lala's are great.
何度言ったら5分別なさるんです。
放っておけ。リリラは一人になりたいのじゃ。あっち行け。
Noja. Big fan of Noja. Oh my god, I remember I listened to the vocal delivery here in English and it was fucking embarrassing. Here, I'm gonna turn it off because this is actually this is really well done.
そうはいきません。このところ物騒ですからね。それにここのエーテルは乱れています。嫌な感じがするのです。
Yeah, it's like I got a bad feeling about the Aether here.
さあ、帰りましょう。みんな心配していますよ。
Yeah, everybody's worried about you.
君は所長が言っていた冒険者だな。ご苦労だったな。リリラ様はこの通りやんちゃでね。
Yeah, Yansa's jerk is wrong. Yeah, it's, you know, a little bit. How would you want to translate Yansa? Like, she's, like, mischievous? Yeah, but mischievous isn't, like, a great... Yeah. Like, she's a bit of a scamp, rascal. Bit of a troublemaker. Maybe. Right? Yeah, and it's... So, yeah, saying jerk is not right, but...
リリラ様を無事保護したと伝えにね。
Yeah. Let's go back. Warden? It's fine, whatever. Oh shit! There's that thing.
やれやれ。
Yada
敵
yada.
の多いお嬢様だよ。まったく。
Take your I fucking love this dude.
リリア様、下がっていてください。
Yeah, stay back. She just fucking zooms.
君、手を貸してくれ。やるしかないみたいだぞ。
Yeah, we got nothing to it but to do it. That's not actually how I would translate that, but it's like, yeah, we gotta go. They will not let me.
さて、さっさと片付けるぞ。リリラ様は下がってくれたな。さて、さっさと片付けるぞ。
Oh god, it's doubling up the event text. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Riveting gameplay, by the way. Stun. I love having 2 buttons. I love it.
まだ来るのか。
Alright, I should turn down the game volume.
俺はデカモノを狙う。そこの小さいやつを任せたぜ。
No, yeah, the TTS is super fucking useful here. Like, I'm just...
俺がケアルで回復するから離れないように。
Yeah, yeah, stay close to me if you want to get healed up. Yeah, the OCR is not going to be super useful here, so I'm just going to have to kind of play it by ear, but...
また増援とはね。話し合いで解決したくなってきたよ。やれやれ。また増援とはね。話し合いで解決したくなってきたよ。
Why is it doubling up?
だいぶ弱ってきたな。もう少しだ。畳みかけるぞ。だいぶ弱ってきたな。もう少しだ。畳みかけるぜ。
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doubling up. Oh, I know! It's because it's reading the text from the thing here, and it's reading the text from the speech bubble. I can probably fix that, but for now, I'm not gonna bother. Whoa, a crystal. Bro. I'm really surprised. Like, I live right around San Diego right now, and I am genuinely surprised at how little New Age hippie bullshit I see. I really thought I would see a lot more. Could just change the default chat channel. But the problem is that if I've got the, I'm relying on that for the, for a lot of the cutscene shit. I would have to set it up in a way that wouldn't fuck it up. Kanzite. Kangaite. It's just think, listen, feel, think. Yeah, instance dialogue is pretty rare. I'm very averse to doing something that might end up fucking things up. I'll probably try and mess with it off stream to get it to work, but I'm not gonna sweat it too much. The thing that's weirder is that the frame rate is kind of weird. Yeah, so... Yeah, you who have, you know... will hold the crystal of light, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh god, the... oh god. Yeah. The darkness is threatening to swallow all life. Please help us save the cosmos, right? The OCR is completely fucking up, but I'm listening in the middle of the cutscene. This one is pretty self-explanatory. That it's just explaining, you know, the role that you play in attempting to dispel the darkness in the world, and that you have been given one of these crystals of light to help, you know, dispel the darkness. Yeah. Yeah, you really can't OCR white text on white background. But yeah, like your fights, your actions, your magic will sort of doing it in the middle of a cutscene is hard because I don't want to make a stupid mistake. So I'm actually going to wait. Yeah, you who wields the the crystal, please lend us your strength. Or lend me your strength, lend the world your strength, right? It's basically the setup, but... 気がついたかい? What was that, monster? Yeah, I do prefer monster rather than demon from Mamomo.
異界ボイドに住むという用意の一種です。
用意の一種です。異界ボイドに住むという。Okay, this is a pretty important one. How would you want to actually do this? They do void scent, which I don't really like. Like, it's yoi. Like, yoi is... That's a weird one. I don't really like void scent. But there really isn't much... I'd probably go with... Yoi is a hard one. Because, like, I would go with aberrant. I would go with aberrant. Like a being from, like that lives in the void, an aberrant. I much prefer that to void scent. Because the point is supposed to be that it's unnatural, right? That it's strange and unnatural. But void scent kind of doesn't really feel that great. To me, at least. I would go with aberrant, because it's yoi, which literally the kanji there is like weird and like calamity, like, you know, it's basically weird shit. Mysterious bullshit. This is the weirdest thing I've heard of. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, void scent sucks. Like, cryptid, it's fairly close in meaning to cryptid, yes. But cryptid kind of doesn't carry the same weight. I would... The one that I would... Like, if I was working on a translation team, right? I would throw my hat in the ring for aberrant. Other people would probably have better ideas. There's probably a better one out there. I don't like void scent. That one's pure style. It's not necessarily inherently wrong because it is a thing from the void. But for me, void scent makes it sound more like it's too purposeful. Whereas yoi is more saying that they're a mysterious occurrence. Something strange that shouldn't be there. Right? It feels much more like a matter of happenstance. Also, she's saying, like, so that's the aberrants that I've heard of. Right? Yeah, they're not just like an ordinary foe. Anomaly, so the issue, Anomaly crossed my mind, and then I thought, like, it sounded too... It didn't quite sound enough like a living thing. But then again, yoi doesn't necessarily sound like a living thing either, inherently. So honestly, Anomaly might also be fine. Yeah, and he's saying, like, you know, the sort of thing that would send out a monster like that is definitely nothing, you know, mundane. BTW. The thing is that that's not wrong. That's literally not wrong. That is what that means, but, like... Come on. At least write it out, man. It is, by the way. Yeah, no ordinary thief, but it's... Unless I'm mistaken, which I am getting kind of twisted around, I would definitely say that I'm running into a fatigue issue. But I'm not going to stop stream just yet, or even for like the next little bit. I just kind of need to rally, where I'm just kind of getting some amount of stuff like twisted around. I'm noticing that I'm making more mistakes, basically, is what I'm saying. Unless I'm mistaken, though, he was saying that, like, people, you know, somebody who would use a being like that, right? Like, whoever is commanding those aberrants, void sent, whatever, is definitely no normal, like, no ordinary bandit. But the OCR didn't quite get it right there. Yeah, and now they're bringing back up the whole ether sickness thing, like, oh, like, did you catch ether sickness? Like, after the fight, you just kind of collapsed on us. Yeah, like, what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about with a big-ass crystal? Okay, yeah. He's saying, like, oh, I'm not talking about you. Yeah. Yeah, just talking to myself. That's a good tale for that. Yeah, I'm just talking to myself here. Like, that wasn't aimed at you. It does seem... Yeah, it's straw for water. Yeah, it also can't figure out, like, when people just kind of cut things off partway. You don't like that one. Don't like that one. I would go with Troublemaker. Yeah, she was cutting herself off to not reveal the more, the more, you know, regal pronoun usage. Yeah, let's go too. Shiashi goodbye. Holy shit. Bro, that's like a baller ass. That's a baller ass EDM name. Yeah, like, so we're just saying, you know, a short little goodbye. Yeah, so Dex, I went very in-depth into a lot of the bigger inconsistencies in the English at the start of the stream. It'll be there for the, it'll be there in the archive. But then the rest of the stream is just going to be going through the MSQ and really trying to use the English as little as possible. Like, I'm only going to be pulling up the English at, you know, really, really critical moments. Or, you know, if I'm really curious about what they did. Because, you know, we can pull up the English at any random point and it'll just be complete nonsense. The question of how many inconsistencies between English and JP there is literally, every single time I have checked the line between the Japanese and English, it has been wrong. I have not found an accurate line yet. They're just two different games, right? The Japanese and English are completely removed from each other. They're just two different games. It's pretty fucked. Yeah, it's definitely an ignorance is bliss sort of thing, because, like, if I hadn't known, I would have just happily played the game and had a good old time, but then, yeah, it is pretty brutal. Oh, you guys have a mutual friend that's fluent in Japanese that says as much about the story? Yeah, my grandpa. No, he's referring to himself as G. And this is a very he's very animated. Right? This is fun.
お嬢様に何かあったら、もうどうしようかと。G の寿命をどれほど縮めたら気が済むのですか
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to think about what happened, man.
15年。しかしながら、お嬢様をお守りする務めだけは、1日たりとも忘れてはおらぬのですぞ。
Yeah, so clearly he's like an old school bodyguard, right? You know, like the butler, yada yada. If I remember correctly, but that's kind of what he's setting himself up as in the archetype that at play here is, you know, like he's supposed to be protecting her. He's very familiar.
G も知っておろう。私は責任を取らねばならんのじゃ。
Oh my god. Oh god, that was fucking whiplash. Since it's the TTS again, I heard the voice and didn't connect the dots for it being her, and I got fucking jump scared. Yeah, she's saying, "Oh, it's my fault."
そのことはお忘れくだされ。G たちがすべて元通りにしてご覧に入れます。
Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll leave it to us. G Tatsi is very. It's kind of cutesy, honestly. Like, his way of speaking here is kind of cutesy. Like, like, he's kind of fawning, right? Like, we'll make it all better.
お嬢様は、それを待っていてくださればよいのです。このようなことで、お嬢様に万が一があれば、それこそ大事では済まないのですからな。
Yeah. He's calling himself Grandpa and, well, like, G, right? It's very, it's cutesy.
わかった。もうせぬ。G と約束しよう。それでよいじゃろう
Yeah, yeah, it's a promise. Right? Actually, I should probably go back and get that last line, because that last line was very much fucked up by the, by deval. Yeah, so, you know, just wait right there. こんなようなことで。Oh, like if something were to happen to you. Like if something were to happen to you, it would be unforgivable, right? Or like we couldn't stand to have something happen to you. Right? If by some chance something were to happen to you, you know, that we cannot allow that to happen. But he's saying it pretty like that's the way that he said it is very much like very honorific, deferent. You know, he's speaking like a butler, right? Wait, was he flirty in English? Because he's talking like a kind of kind of like a butler, right? Like a butler putting on a kind of cutesy voice, like.
捜索のために雇った冒険者にお主の向かったあたりで魔物との
Wait, he's supposed to be like sort of a pervert? That's fucking weird. Like, no, he's saying like, if anything were to happen to you, why, you know, it's that sort of character, right? Like, he wouldn't be necessarily British, but he would be like, I cannot stand to imagine what would happen if something were to happen to the young lady. Right? Please, leave it to us. Leave everything to us. You just wait right there. Right? Like, that's sort of the tone that he's using, is, like, overly, like, ginger, overly fawning, and... Yeah, kind of like a Codsworth sort of thing. If I'm remembering that character correctly. Yeah, actually, like, the Fallout robot is actually pretty close to that style of, like, you know, butler thing. It's very close. It's that sort of archetype, is what he's doing, is the like, overly worrying, you know, clearly has known her forever, old butler slash bodyguard. Yeah, surrogate father too, grandpa, that sort of thing. That all comes across in the Japanese. It's a little bit hard to translate his lines because so much of it is wrapped up in, like, evasive, flowery language, right? It's not really flowery, it's just very polite, right? The way that you speak in Japanese when you're talking with, like, you know, honorifically is using a lot of words to say not a lot of things. Right? Yeah, lots of keigo. It's yeah, they said that there was a fight against monsters where you went, so I was worried.
それにしても、
And notice the way that he talks to you is completely different.
リリラ様を守ってくださって感謝いたしますぞ。
Like, the way that he's talking to you is completely different. He entirely code switches. Like, he's using Zol, he's using way more, like, just like, you know, casual old dude speech. But with her, he's being like, oh, like, I cannot bear to think what would happen if anything were to happen to the young lady. You know, I would never be able to forgive myself. And then he says, like, glad to hear that you're alright, eh? Thank you so much, right? You know, he's very clearly code, like, switching. It's an obvious difference. But yeah, people were saying that he's supposed to be like a weird, like a weird pervert. Yeah, he's still pretty formal, but he's dropping into casual speech. Like, he used that when he was, like, thanking you, but now he's dropping back into, like, he is dropping into some casual speech. It's mixed. It's him, must be some, wait, strange machine. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, the little thing on his arm, right? Oh. I was wondering, like, what do you mean machine? Oh, he's talking about the thing on his... You're not to say such things. We will find it, I swear to you. Well, he's talking about the, he's, like... Thancred has that thing on his arm. So, yeah, shrimping... So, okay. You're not to say such things. We'll find it. I swear to you. It's not my place to make demands, my lady. But I beg of you, please stay out of harm's way. That's not really wrong, or that's not really right. That's pretty wrong, because it's okay. I'm trying to think of it. How do I want to put this? In the Japanese, he's being concerned. Like, he's being concerned and saying like we'll take care of it, please. You know, in the English there, it seems more like he's being a bitch. Like, the Japanese feels affectionate, the English feels like he's being a little bitch, kind of. There's no other way I can put it there. No, yeah, the pretzel quest. He has your hand out pretzels. Yeah. But I mean, that quest, he just says like, oh yeah, everybody's out working in the sun, and we don't really have any job for you to do, so here, hand out like these pretzels to people.
以前からウルダ派に滞在しておって、何でもエーテルにまつわる調査をしておるとか、格好こそ怪しいものの、不審なものではありませぬ。
His outfit is suspicious, but he's like, he looks weird, but he's a good guy. Does he mention wanting to commit gay men? No, he says that if something were to happen, he said that if something were to happen to Didia, that, you know, they would have to kill him like 1,000 times over. They'd have to chop his head off 1,000 times over to make up for it, right? Basically, like, we cannot let her anything happen to her. She's very important.
お主のような腕の立つ冒険者が訪れたことを嬉しく思いますぞ。
God, I love this dude's speaking pattern. It's great.
これからも、どうか、ウルダハ市民の力になってくだされ。よろしく頼みましたぞ。
Let me DM you something? Oh no. Sasagan. Yeah, so below the great tree. Sasagan. Well, actually. Wait, is that actually the line? No fucking way. Is that actually the line? Like, no, right? That's a bit. That's a bit? That's a bit. What? No, wait, Patch, are you serious? What? What the fuck? I know I said I wasn't gonna do this a ton, but what in the fuck? Hold up, let me find the thing with the pretzels. Okay, where's the line about the pretzels? Okay. What in the fuck? There's no way that's the actual line. But apparently it is. Atsui naka. Atsui naka. 実に心なことですわい。そこでです。そこでですな、この上等なプレッツェルを、与え、走るっていただきたいのです。What? I'm literally dumbfounded. No, like I'm looking through the line right now. Right? Like that was the first line. That's not anywhere here. He literally just says that's just not here at all. Not even anything close to it. What the fuck? What? He literally just says, like, it's really hot outside, so, you know, like, these, like, go give these people these really nice, like, could you go hand out these, like, really high-quality pretzels to the guards? I've got something important to do, so, you know, I got some other business to attend to, so I'm, like, can you help me out here? That's all he says. Where the fuck did they get... Where the fuck did they get go and give them these Twilight pretzels, would you? I find comfort foods always helps when I feel like killing myself. Pat... Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so no. Anytime from... Okay. Here on out, anytime anybody says, oh, they're adding such flavor. They're adding so much flavor to the game. These are totally the same fucking emotional... Wait, right? Notice how we were just playing through the game. We had nothing that was even close to this. And they just casually throw in a suicide joke? What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? Actually, how dare you? That's disgusting. Holy shit. What? Yeah, there's no oversight. Anytime somebody says they wrote this together, there's no oversight, or there's oversight, they approved all this, no fucking shot. No fucking shot. And that's just fucked up. Like, that's just that's terrible taste. Like, fuck's sake, dude. Why the fuck do people, like, champion this shit? Again, like, he's already admitted to erasing a bi/queer character just because, like, he thought that it would make people feel uncomfortable. And now he just casually throws in, like, oh man, hot days like this make me want to fucking kill myself. Why are the people who are, like, pro-localization and saying, like, you know, oh, you don't like direct translation, you want direct translation because you're a chud or whatever. Why the fuck are those people on this guy's side? I'm actually just completely fucking shell-shocked. I'm just actually fucking shell-shocked by that. That's not adding flavor. That's not fucking adding flavor to a game. That's just in terrible taste. That's just horribly immature. Like, oh shit, it's Patch! Hey Patch, can you take me for a ride? Wait, where's the... Oh wait, no. Oh, Patch says no and just flies away. Okay. You know what? Fair. I wouldn't give me a ride either. I'm apparently a hobo. Fucking Patch. So, his claim to fame, the dude that everybody is protecting, just puts weird dick jokes into things and makes characters casually talk about killing themselves. Great. Wonderful.
叫ぼう、コファー&コフィンって店の店長ロジャーに少し恩があってね、7もパンプキンを送りたいのさ。
7もパンプキン。パンプキン。
かぼちゃは王立7も菜園で予約した高級品だ。そりゃもう高かったが、まあ、今回は大奮発だな。
Oh, dude, luxury pumpkins.
7もパンプキンを引き取りに行きたいのだが、7は銀山からの2が遅れているみたいでな。俺はここからしばらく動けそうにないんだ。
Yeah, he's gonna be stuck here for a while to deal with the whole silver thing.
王立7も菜園のガガリにこのパンプキンの引き換え伝票を渡して、7もパンプキンを引き取ってくれないか。あとはそれをコッファー&コフィンに持っていくだけだ。君には
Yeah, after you get the pumpkin, just take it to the coffer and coffin. Okay. Pumpkin time. We're just gonna get a pumpkin to not be so mad about that. Literally though, when I oh my god. Patch sent me this in the DMs and I'm like, oh, somebody edited this. Somebody edited this as like a joke. I needed to check like 3 layers of confirmation. What in the actual fuck? ガガリ。
引き取りが1件あったはずだけど、まだシシドアが来ないみたいなのよね。あら、このパンプキンの引き換え伝票はシシドアの依頼ね。7もパンプキンなら
7もパンプキン。Man, I want a 7もパンプキン。
じゃあこの予約していた7もパンプキンを叫ぼう、コ、ファー&コフ。この辺りはなかなか新鮮な野菜が取れないからね。うち、コッファー&コフィンは北西の橋を渡った先にある。
Yep. This is just giving some guy a pumpkin. I got this. Look at this berry. Look at this. Happy, fun snow crystal. Wow. Look at this. Look at how cute this polar bear mount is. This, you know, like, this, like, ooh. Hold on. Can I? Oh, I was gonna try and fade it out. I was gonna like fade it out and be like, oh, it's, you know, it's faded from our memories now. It's gone. It can't hurt us anymore. But holy shit, man. Like I fucking need a second, bro. That's, we would have never seen that. Like, there is no reason we would have checked that shit. Why the fuck would I have thought to check that? What in the hell?
ご注文はお代なら気にしなさんな。エールでも蒸留酒でもウルダハとしないよりは安く出すぜ。
Yeah, is cheap. He's got it on the cheap. Yeah, this is like, that's bit text from ARR. That's not even the like, there's gotta be worse stuff around there then, because like, holy shit, man. Christ.
ははは、この間あいつが店で酔いつぶれて、あいつの家まで運んでやった時の例ってとこかね。
Oh, the pumpkin is a thank you gift. Okay. Okay.
法律7も菜園の7もパンプキンとはうまそうだ。こいつはうちの料理人にバッチリ渡しておくぜ。きっと腕によりをかけてくれるはずさ。
Bro, I wanted something made with Nanamo pumpkin.
労働者ともに振る舞って野菜を食わせてやるいい機会だぜ。ありがとうな。
Yeah, so, yeah, literally, that is, like, yeah, maybe we could get some of these people, like, only eating meat to actually eat a vegetable for once in their fucking life. Again, that's not actually my translation, but that's sort of the, you know, the bit.
7もパンプキンを届けてくれた冒険者に耳寄りな情報だ。どうやら最近、ブラックブラッシュ
Okay, yeah, that's, I got some hot news. Okay.
つまり、割のいい仕事があるかもしれないってことさ。気になるなら、鉄道団のウォーリンに声をかけてみ。
Okay, so there's a labor shortage over at the thing over there. Hello, Patch. Patch is just doing donuts. Hang on, I'm going over this way, though. Definitely, it's a good bit. That's a good bit. Holy shit, though. Having the mount is so nice. Warring.
あら、ここはブラックブラッシュ停留所よ。7は銀山で採掘された鉱石が列車でここに届くの。
It comes by train!
鉱石の生成をしているんだけど、それがまた炉の熱気で熱くて蒸すのよね。外で列車を待ってる方がよほどマシだわ。
Yeah, so it's so hot inside that waiting out here in the sun is better. That's just a nice little bit of flavor. It's probably replaced with nothing in the English. I'm not gonna check. But again, medieval fantasy game. Trains. Magic crystal.
人がいる場所には商人が必ずいるってもんだ。俺ら商人はこういう場所で最新。
Okay. Merchants.
何か仕事はないか？俺はアマジナ鉱山社配下の鉄道団通自警組織のもんだ。ここでは主に列車の邪魔をする魔物を討伐してるぜ。
Okay, yeah, they're dealing with monsters that are jamming up the trains.
ちょいと手が足りなくて、てめえにも仕事、つうか魔物退治を頼みたいんだが、その前によ、一つだけ確かめておきたいことがある。
Yeah, something I need to check before I ask you to work for you.
いくらてめえの繰り出した一撃が重かろうがよ、ペラッペラの装備で身を固めてたら。
Do you see the fucking scythe on my back? My dude.
俺が直接、てめえの装備を確かめてやる。そんじゃ、バッキバキに装備を揃えたら声かけてくれよな。アイテムレベル5以上の防具を、頭、胴、手、足に装備して、ウォーリンに声をかけ。
I don't know. Is this higher than 5? I can't count.
で、装備は整ったのか？問題ねえようだな。
Like, bro, You were asking for level 5. I'm 327.
世の中に絶対はねえ。戦場では万が一ってこともある。ま、腕の立つ冒険者っつうのは結構貴重だからな。つまんねえことで命を落としてほしくねえんだよ。
Yeah, saying like, you know, there's nothing is certain in this world, and I don't want you throwing away your life over something dumb, pretty much.
どんな魔物が相手でも油断をすんじゃねえぞ。それがわからず、命を落とす仲間が少なくねえんだよ。
They just completely screwed that one up. Again, I'm just in the double check everything mode because I'm so fucking rattled. Huh. Oh yeah, it just totally read this completely wrong. Go. Yeah. 1 second. Oh man, I'm literally just like all confidence has just been completely removed from my body. My brain doesn't work anymore. Oh, you don't there's a nasal. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can't he's saying you can't get careless, right? And if you don't know that, you're gonna die. Like, no matter what you're fighting, you cannot get careless.
準備も万端だ。早速仕事を頼もうじゃねえか。ここは
Yup.
宝石を積んだ列車が行き来してんだがな。ま、道中安全ってわけにいかねえわけさ。
Yeah, but it's shit ain't safe.
を通過するときにシルバーコブランたちが荷台に飛び込んできて、そこでだ、トンネルに隠れたシルバーコブランを誘い出すシルバーコブラン好みの大ぶりの銀行を用意したぜ。
Big ass silver mine. Yeah, it's there's some shit that eats ore apparently.
誘い出されたシルバーコブラン友を殲滅してきてくれ。
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna blow these motherfuckers up. Since they have been interfering with the ore trains. Bro, I'm trying to mentally move on and I can't. Holy shit. Wow. I did it. When they don't make me level sync down, it's very nice. It's very nice when they don't make me level sync down for an instance thing. Alright, job done.
ほほう、シルバーコブランを殲滅できたようじゃねえか。これでしばらくは安心して列車を運行できそうだ。鉱山都市の物流をつなぐここの列車は甘地な鉱山社が運営する重要な存在だからな。一体の経済を担っていると言っても過言じゃねえぜ。
Amazina? That's very close. That seems very close to Amazon, but yeah.
その重要な列車様を守るために俺らの人手が足りなくなっている。
列車様. That's actually a fun turn of phrase. The turn of phrase there that he's using to refer to the train is like comically honorific, you know, and he's using it to refer to a train. Yeah, that one's a really hard one to translate because calling a inanimate object by an honorific term like that isn't really something that you do in English. Like, you know, the all-important Mr. Train definitely doesn't work, but, you know, basically he's just like, he's making a little joke out of it by saying, like, the train is some VIP, basically.
やあ、あんたが噂の冒険者だね。あんたに面白い最新情報があるぜ。なんと、ここから南西にある白ディ排石で新しい銀の鉱脈が出たって噂が出てるんだ。
Ooh, new silver mine.
この噂、甘地な鉱山者が知る前に、貧民上がりの青年実業家、ウィスタンが目をつけた。
Okay, okay.
採掘権を買い取れば、かなり大儲けできるだろう。だが、ウィスタンってやつはなかなか面白いやつでな。その利益で、商取引法を改正するつもりらしいぜ。ウルダハの法律は、王宮のご意見役であるナルザル教団の司教たちが策定していてね。だから、教団に莫大な献金をすれば、口が出せるんだ。そんで、今の商取引法は、ロロリと会長の献金によって、彼の東アルデナ
Oh wait, that's 12 counter up? Was that one of them?
ウィスタンは、
Wait, oh yeah, Thought was mentioned. We got one. We got an actual single one. Bam. But it was just a place name? Well, if it's just a place name, does it count? Does it count? But yeah, also, this is the sort of thing where it's like playing the game in Japanese without text-to-speech would be a complete nightmare, because we're just getting into like fucking, like, we're getting into mining rights and like exclusivity contracts and fucking, you know, paying off magistrates that are setting up unfair like regulatory capture.
少し話がそれちまったな。とにかく、ウィスタンは噂の銀脈に調査団を派遣するらしい。そんで、その調査団を護衛してくれる実力者を叫ぼう。
Yeah, so we're just gonna go escort somebody to the silver mine.
あんた、ウォーリンが認めたやつなんだろう。叫ぼう、コファー&コフィンに向かって、護衛役を買って出てみちゃどうだい？
Okay. That one is kind of even supposed to be like, holy shit, dude, what are you... You are throwing a lot of stuff at me all at once. He kind of says at the end, like, yeah, I'm kind of talking your ear off with, like, a bunch of very, very specific shit.
護衛に立候補しに来てくれたのかい？すまない、もう募集は締め切ってしまったんだ。同時に、しかし、君に手ぶらで返させてしまうのは悪い。仕事を一つ受けてくれないかい？
What was that line? What was that line? Let me pull that up. Fate complete. Okay, so yeah, the silver blade, or the copper blade dudes, whatever, are yeah, taking control of the situation. Man, I am fading.
僕がここにいるのを知った貧民の子供たちが外までついてきてしまったみたいなんだ。でも、この辺は魔物もいるし危険だ。彼らにこの可愛いジンジャークッキーを配って家に帰るよう説得してきてほしいんだ。頼んだよ。
Oh. Oh, look at that! Holy shit! Oh. Wait, is there any... I can't get any more, like, I can't get, like, a bigger piece of information here. Yeah, we gotta hand out little gingerbread cookies. Oh, this is great. Well, here you go, kid. Have a single gingerbread cookie.
わわ、クッキーだ。 仕方ないな。今日のところは帰ってあげる。
Kaitageru. That's pretty funny. So, do I actually really want to explain it? Basically, in Japanese, when you're describing an action, you can describe it as being for somebody else's benefit, like you are giving somebody else an action, and that's ageru, right? And you can modify verbs with that, right? So you say you are doing something for somebody else's sake, and so he's saying like, I'll go home. Now you've done this, I'll give you the pleasure of me leaving. Pretty much. Right? You wouldn't translate it like that, but it's pretty funny. Well, Winston he's a good guy.
すごいね。美味しそう。これ弟にも分けてあげたいからお家に帰るね。
What a good kid!
俺たちのことを理解してくれるのはウィスタンだけだ。だからいいからウィスタンに合わせてよ。
Yeah, it's a brown Winston. We can see Winston. Here, have a cookie.
美味しそう。ウィスタンにありがとう。ごめんねって伝えて。僕たち気をつけてお家に帰るから。
I don't want to know what this is like in English. I don't want to know what this is like in English. This is really nice.
ウィスタンお兄ちゃんと遊びたいの。一緒にいればね、いじめられないの。
It's not he won't pick on me, it's I won't get picked on.
ウィスタンお兄ちゃんが困ってるの？私、お利口だからお母さんのところに帰るね。
What a good kid! This is great. Listen, you
ご苦労様、ありがとう。
dude, you little fucking nice guy, softy. They're clearly setting it up as like, you know, Ulda is pretty cutthroat, but this guy's like especially nice, right?
僕も昔は彼らみたいな貧民の子だったんだ。
Yeah.
学びの機会も就業の機会も奪われ、迫害される身分、彼らの気持ちは痛いほどよくわかるよ。
Yeah.
だから彼らが生きやすい世の中を作ることが僕の商売人としての目標なんだ。
This is really nice.
僕は今ね、彼らみたいな貧しい人たちと協力して新しい事業を始めたいと思っているんだ。
Okay, okay.
銀脈の
He's trying to
採掘権が買えれば採掘と精錬、そして彫金とたくさんの働き口が生まれる。仕事さえあれば貧しさから抜け出せる。
Yeah, okay. So this is them setting up what Ulda is like. He wants to get the mining rights so that he can get jobs for all of these people and make sure that they have got like a guaranteed source of income.
東アルデナード商会に所属していない僕なら商会の顔色を伺う必要もないからね。安値で製品を売れば事業は成功するはずさ。 僕は金持ちの商人だけが得をするような商売ではなく、みんなが幸せになれるような商売がしたいんだ。
Very noble.
調査団が素晴らしい鉱脈を見つけました。ウィスタン様も見に行きませんか？本当か？素晴らしい。それでは早速向かうことにしよう。
East Aldenard Chamber of Commerce is something close.
そうだ、君も商売の歴史が変わる瞬間を見たいなら、シラディ排斥に来るといいよ。
I'm gonna be real, I kind of glazed over the actual name of the businesses, because they do just kind of drop like, so-and-so is trying to get into business with so-and-so, but they've got the rights to the mining operation, and they've been, you know, petitioning the local magistrates to make it, it's like, okay, fuck's sake. And, you know, I'm sort of still reeling from the fact that Koji Fox put in just a random-ass suicide joke into the game. That's just going to be stuck in my head for the next, like, week. Oh yeah, they set him up. They set him up! Yeah, Lalas are real bastards.
バカな奴らめ、 今さら、白ディ排石から銀が出ると思ってんのか？貧民上がりは、額がなくて困っちゃうね。
おお。額がなくて困っちゃうね。Ooh. That's not really like you people are so uneducated. It's like man, you're really in a bind if you don't get an education, huh? Like you don't get your school and it's a real problem, huh? You fucking
砂サソリ
idiots.
州への挨拶もなく、ウルダン派で商売しようなんざ、許されねえんだよ。
Yeah, yeah. So he wasn't gonna be paying the bribes. So now they've
砂サソリ州だと、ロロリトの手先か。
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, we're setting up Dororito. This bastard.
観念するんだな。
Incident.
何者だ？そうか、貴様もこの男の仲間だな。へ、こうなりゃまとめて葬ってやるぜ。
It did level sync me down,
しま
but
せ、創世の利の嘆き声よ。物世にありし石棺に偽魂を宿さん。なせ、真理の偶像よ。
god damn. Hold up. Let me pull that up. Make sure that I know what I'm talking about
何
here.
の声だ？
That's a lot of stuff. Holy shit. What? What in the fuck? True soul of creation. Yeah, it's like I would need to take a like I'm still my brain is fried, but I would be able to parse that if I spent a little bit more time, but that's a lot. What I'm assuming this is like an important thing.
聞いてねえぞ。ロロリト様、まさか俺たちまで始末する気なのか？クソ。
Yeah, we're tying up loose ends. I'm gonna need to go back to that one. Yeah, that invocation is a lot.
おお、なかなかやるな。しかし、これはどうかな？おお、なかなかやるな。しかし、
まさか！
どうかな？まさか石人形が押されているというのか？
まさか！
なんだ奴の力は。それに、あのリーパー。ただの冒険者ではないようだな。
Wait a second. Oh, they had to have gone back. They had to have gone back and added this text for the weapon usage. Like, what is that? What is their power and that scythe? They're not truly. They're no normal adventurer.
赤人系ごときでは通じぬというのか。
Yeah, like a golem isn't gonna be enough. Oop, and he's gone.
取り逃がしたか。
Yeah, I missed him.
やあ、また会ったね。なかなかの腕前じゃないか。
Yeah, you're pretty good. Oh. Brain blast.
詩人の私が君の美しさの前には言葉も出ない芳しいお花のようなお嬢さん。君の前にはウルダ派の歌姫も顔負けだよ。
Okay, this one. He's pretty much just sweet talking, but yeah, he's in. Okay, yeah. Like, more beautiful than any of the. Yeah.
もう上手なんだから。
Yeah, you saying like, oh yeah, you're really good at smooth talking, huh? Oh, this is a 1.0 thing? 自人の私。詩人。はい。私が、の、美しいの、お前。Yeah, that's like even a poet like me is lost for words in the face of your beauty. You know, like more like. I mean, he uses a term like more beautiful smelling, but that sounds really weird. Like a blooming fragrant flower, right? Yeah, like even the greatest stars, like the greatest divas in Ul'dah would look ugly compared to you, or really you would translate that a lot more like refined. But yeah, I'm not good at that sort of weird smooth talk bullshit.
花はただそこにあるだけで美しく気高く、愛する心を呼び起こす。君たちはザナラーンの荒野に咲いた花さ。
God damn! This dude
また
fucks.
キャラバンがアマルジャ族に襲われたらしい。交易路にも影響が出てるそうじゃないか。
This guy
いく
fucks.
らなんでもここ最近多すぎるぜ。確かに最近奴ら目立つ動きをしている。アマルジャ族め、まさか番組を呼ぶつもりか？
Ah, it's reading it as Bungami, not Bunshin. Okay. Yeah, the Amalja have been doing something, like have been doing some suspicious things recently. They're going to don't tell me they're going to summon a, Bunshin. So this is a whole thing. This is the first time that the word Bunshin shows up, which is like the DeepL is translating it to barbarian god, and that's in the game itself they translate it to primal, right? Which I don't have the biggest issue with. Like, you definitely need a name for Bonshin, which really is like, it's like foreign god, barbarian god, savage god, right? But the usage of the word god is something that I take a little bit of an issue with, because they don't mean god in the same way that English speakers mean god, right? It's not the same level of severity. It's not even, like a Greek god level of deity sort of thing, right? Like, you get into it, you could just kind of kill him. It's more just like a powerful entity, right? Like an avatar, a summoned protector, right? And so whatever term you were going to use, like, primal is fine, but doesn't really convey the same information as Banshin. There's definitely something better, but it would be something that, you'd have to workshop. And more or less, I'm fine with primal.
番組なんて存在。
番組、
信じたくはないが
Bunshin.
注意するに越したことはないな。
Yeah, that's not what he... Now he's going back to slaying. なんて存在。信じたくはないや。注意する。なんて存在。たくはないや。He's saying like that. No, that is what he was saying. He's like, I don't want to believe that there's like that things like that are possible, but I better be on my guard.
早く行きましょう。クイックサンドでお食事しましょうよ。
Let's eat a quick sandwich. Hell yes, the best translation error returns. Oh, they're saying let's go get something to eat at quicksand.
なんでもないさ。すまないね。さあ行こうか。
They're on Pavlov.
それで、ウルダ派のどのあたりに住んでるの？
Yo, you come here often? He literally, whole, my fucking guy. God, I love Thancred. God, Lala's a great, man. The backdrop of them being like, you know, doing these ridiculously complicated, you know, of doing like the ridiculously complicated, you know, economic trade agreements and stuff like that, and then they're just kind of like rocking back and forth. They're just having a good time.
商人たちの言い分では各地で原因不明の凶作が続いているというが、
Yeah.
月の衛星ダラガブに異変があってから確実に大地に影響が出ている。
Yeah, here it is again. Lunar satellite Dalagap. Yeah, there's something going on with the lunar satellite, and strange occurrences are happening on the Earth as well.
大地を流れるエーテルの力が弱まり、土が痩せ始めているんだ。
Yeah? Huh. I don't know if this really gets brought up much at all in the English, but yeah, he's saying like there's the flow of ether is getting weak, the soil is failing.
だから本来は生まれないはずの存在、バンガミが生まれてしまった。
Huh.
びっくりしてはいられないな。滅亡から逃れる希望は必ずあるはずだ。 それを信じて活動するのがシャーレアン生まれの私たちなのだから。
Yeah, the Charlayans. Yeah, they gotta, you know, try and eke out some amount of hope, right? North Carolina. He's doing the Charleston. I really hope it's... God, I forgot how dumb that looked. I forgot how dumb that looked. Oh my god, I forgot. Not I. Who is Songthread? Oh, I don't... No. I am... Robot Guyovich? There's a fucking crotch on Horseman. Why does it have a mustache? But yeah, he was saying that the you know, their belief that there's always gotta be a way, you know, there's always hope, is how the Charlayan, like, how that came to be. God, this that is fucking hilarious. That does not look good, man. Very silly. I probably should call it fairly soon, because I can tell that my accuracy is getting way off. Okay, here's another one. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have time to keep messing around. Akatsuki. So, the whole thing, they just totally made up the name Scions of the Seventh Dawn out of pure nothingness, right? Just pure bullshit. The real name of the group that, you know, you like these dudes is like the Blood Pledge of the Dawn, or Blood Oath of the Dawn. You know, which is kind of like the whole Dawnbringers thing, like the whole, the turn of phrase dawn, right? It comes up a lot. There's a whole lot of shit with, like, the moon comes up a lot in the game. It's sort of a recurring theme. So Scions doesn't work at all. It's just weird. I don't know why they went with scions.
おっと、なかなか癖が抜けないな。俺が守るんだ。こうかな。
こうかな. Yeah, he's just kind of psyching himself up. Right, saying like, alright, gotta get my act together.
エーテルの流れが乱れてる。この波形からすると、そう時間は経っていないか。こっちは、ササガン大王子の方向。何が起きているんだ?
God, the ether scope thing. He's really going out in public like that. He is going to scare the hoes. I mean, he had a lady on each arm. They are going to absolutely just run away. Right, they're gone. The second he comes out wearing the Groucho Marx mask, and being just like, this stays on. The aether scope stays on during sex. They're running. He's fumbling, yeah.
すまない、逃げられてしまったよ。局長が了解だ。
Yokai. Yeah. Also, again, he's got a fucking transceiver in his ear. Medieval fantasy? It's not a medieval fantasy game. I'm losing it.
まだまだしいエーテルの気配をたどってきてみれば、また君と出会うなんて、偶然、それとも運命かな。
偶然、それとも運命かな。He's got the Bluetooth.
近頃のウルダ派は何かときな臭いんだ。王家に弓引く者たちに何者かが異形の力を与えているようでね。ウルダ派の実質的な支配者
There's a thing I need to check there.
その一人、東アルデナード商会会長、ロロリト。彼が暗躍
ロロリト
していることは間違いないだろう。
Yeah, so he was saying like, yeah, there's something up. Kinokse. Oh, Kinokse. Okay. It was written in katakana. Okay, yeah. He's saying it's like, well, that was a powder keg, is what he was saying in that last line. Like it's about to go off at any moment. Okay ni. Oh, 弓引く者たちに何者が異形の力を. Okay, yeah. So the last line there, I'll do these line by line because I'm having to actually double check things now that I'm fading. I probably should have like slammed this monster earlier. Basically, he said that that is a powder keg. The people who are planning some form of revolution against the crown have gotten some form of grotesque, odd power. Right? They've been granted some sort of grotesque power from somebody, right? Like somebody is giving them, you know, some sort of odd, fucked up power. I don't know if you would necessarily translate Igyo as always being like grotesque, but it's odd, strange, weird power. And yeah, it's the 王家に弓引く者たちに何者が異形の力を与えてるようですね。ようでね。Yeah. So somebody is giving those who are attempting to, you know, plot to overthrow the crown of some form of bizarre power. East Elinard Chamber of Commerce. This is yeah, 問題ないだろう. This is another line. I'm kind of having to go backwards on these lines.
どうなっていたことか。クソ、奴らめ。
Because there is a lot of shit going on. Okay. Wait. God, that's hard to say. Okay. Other than yeah. No. That's not what it was saying. It was saying it's saying that he's doing something. It was saying that he is plotting something. You're saying Dororito or somebody is plotting something, right? He's implicating him. He's saying that he's suspicious.
後で叫ぼう。コッファー&コフィンに来てくれないか。迷惑をかけた上に申し訳ないが、この通りだ。頼むよ。俺は彼らを連れて戻る。いろいろ話も聞きたいしね。自己紹介がまだだったね。私と俺はサンクレッド。
I don't remember why he's switching pronoun. Like he's doing a thing that I don't know if it's done. I don't remember why he's doing this, but he's saying watashi and then switching to ore, which is more masculine. And I don't remember why he's doing it. Or if it's reflected in the English at all.
この辺りのエーテルの流れを調査している博物学者だ。
Like he's catching himself. I'm pretty sure it's like he's trying to not give away his involvement with the
君はもしかして
Akatsuki?
いや、なんでもない。
Yeah, nandemai.
また会おう。
Like, wait, are you? Forget it. Sorry, forget about it. Yeah, I don't remember why that is the way that it is, so I'm taking note of that myself, because at this point, I'm trying to switch more into just I am playing the game to play the game. Because honestly, I don't remember most of this story information, and I don't really know if most of that is just because it's so different, or if it's just been too long, right? But, I mean, fuck's sake, man. Okay, so this seems like a pretty good spot, considering that it's been, 4.5 hours. Ordinarily, I think I would go a little bit longer than this, and we didn't get as far as I would have wanted due to, you know, the intro for the series being so long. But yeah, I can tell that I'm fading, and I don't want to start being inaccurate in terms of comprehension. Like, I can tell that at this point, like, when they started getting into more specific, like, business terms, or that entire fucking, like, long-ass chant, I had a moment of realization where it's like, I should know this, and my brain is just not keeping up, so I should probably stop. But, oh shit, I joined the Fate. Yeah, so Michael does a thing where he does worst translation of the day, right? And, like, we should probably do a similar thing, because, like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, what? 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 So, I will be playing through the entire MSQ on stream Wednesdays and Sundays, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, until I finish the MSQ. I'm definitely gonna have to drill a whole lot more bullshit-ass kanji. Because this is brutal. And like, Michael is definitely much better at Japanese than me. I'm by no means, like, fluent or fully fluent. But you really don't even need to be just to recognize that probably the version of the game where, like, a lovable old man character just casually says that he's suicidal is not, valid. Like, I don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and say that, yeah, I don't want to play this version of the game where shit like that happens. Like, fuck that. I'll struggle through the Japanese vocabulary that I don't know, in order to actually understand what the fuck's going on in the game. Because I'm not tolerating this shit. This is fucked up, man. But yeah, I will see you guys Sunday. Same time, same place. Is there anything that I should do prior to ending stream? I don't think so. Yeah, everybody, thanks for showing out, everybody. Fun times, good first stream. I think the thing is that another big reason, there's two main reasons that I'm doing this whole series. Well, three really. One, I just want to play. I want to play through the game because I never got to finish the game. You know, I want people who are interested in the game to be able to have at least some form of resource for, you know, what the actual story of the game is saying in terms of tone and character and all of that sort of shit. And three, this is really good Japanese practice. Like, I've been slacking pretty heavily. You know, it's been many a year since I lived in Japan, and so I've pretty much all of my Japanese practice has just been listening to, like, streams and stuff like that. And so I haven't done, like, active kanji practice and things like that in a very long time. And so I can definitely see, like, okay, yeah, I'm getting blindsided. There's some shit I gotta study up on. So, hopefully as the series goes on, my Japanese will get a lot better. And maybe yours will too. I don't know. Maybe. I wouldn't recommend this for people to, like, learn Japanese, but, you know, there is definitely, like, there's definitely things to be learned from the way that people word things. Right? The writing in this game is fantastic. But a lot of the kanji is fucked. I'm gonna try and not be too hard on myself, considering that native Japanese speakers who play through this game get blindsided at a fairly fast clip too. But yeah, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Peace out. Remember to subscribe so you can see when I go live next on Sunday. Hit the bell, blah blah blah. Wow, if we can reach 100 likes... If we can reach 100 likes, I'll eat a pretzel and then kill myself. Wow, great writing, Koji Fox. Fuck's sake, man. I'm not gonna get over this. I'm not gonna get over this. I will never recover. Alright, peace.